really smart merchant who's pretty tough and decently agile. Okay, fuck it. Let's go merchant. All right, so if you want this character build, I'm just gonna copy it and stick it over in the roguelikes room. If anybody wants it. Water Merchant, because stacking ego as an Esper is great until you get the Psychic Assassins. Yeah, those are real fun, aren't they? When just like, oh, hey, there's a fucking interdimensional vortex. Those are always just a fun can of, yeah, I don't know. All right, well, anyway. Trying to decide where to start. I don't want to start in... I'm going to start calling Joppa Yappa. Just because now that I know that Brian Brecklew calls it Yappa, I'm going to start calling it Yappa. So I don't want to start in Yappa, because Yappa's boring. Where do I want to start, though? Salt Marsh? Salt Dunes? Bloodstained Neckring? I mean, it's not a debate. Especially because he says, I don't know if it's pronounced Yappa. It might not be pronounced Yappa. I've just always said it Yappa. So, that's how I take it. I don't think it's a debate. I'm just calling it that now. If you don't like it, then you can't type it any differently. So, sue me. You one-shot a dragon boss to the great displeasure of the That's funny. Regional preferences may vary. Yeah, regional accents may change how words are pronounced. The only one I've never started in is Random Village in the Hills, which starts you off with butchering and relations with hermits. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just start in the Salt Marsh. And, just have a name chosen for us. Praise is due the Most High, thy ardent father, me. It is the 25th of Uushwouun. You arrive in the village of Slimy Ekipad. On the horizon, Cud's jungles strangle chrome steeples and rusted archways to the earth. Further and beyond, the fabled spindle rises above the fray and pierces the cloud-ribboned sky. We are named Uushwouun. I am that little bloke. I'm not overburdened, so there's that. It's you, Uushwouun. Equipped the studded leather armor, a beaded bracelet, a long sword, an iron longsword, a lit torch that's blazing, a short bow, and slender crocossons. Not overburdened, yeah. You have some clothing, a woven tunic, leather moccasins, goat jerky, vine wafer, Some torches. Bronze dagger. Bronze short sword. Bronze two-handed sword. An iron sword. A willowy bronze dagger. A merchant's token. Some bent metal sheets and a bunch of canteens of fresh water. All right. So we start with a bunch of random junk. Only 178 out of 240 pounds. Like, they're not even remotely close to overburdened. Yeah, crocossins, croc leather shoes. Oopsies. I always have the 5 minutes of, wait, what the fuck were the controls? So once again, we have beguiling, light manipulation, and precognition. I can convince animals to be my friends. I can convince friends to no longer attack me. How's that? I can fire fucking lasers out of my eyes. I create ambient light, so torches are irrelevant. And I have precognition, so I can have visions to tell the future. It's not save scumming, it's just I can predict the future for a bit. You like the random shit? Yeah. It makes me feel like a used clothing store. It's brilliant. The statue, worked from stone, intricately depicts a troll foal. A hulking, brutish troll, recently budded from her agamogenetic parent? This game, I need a thesaurus sometime. All right. Didn't get any knowledge from it. Anything around here? A painted clay jug with 2 drams of wine. In the first of AR, Rousseff closed the gates to the tomb of the eaters, abducted by the throne, and dissolved the saltament in order to lift the curse of Gyre. Ooh, histories. Thank you. We can be an information dealer. Does the light? No, I am a living light bulb. So you know how in Dark Souls you go around and you are a light source? It's kind of like that. You are the light source. Ooh, food. Sakari croc jerky. Ooh, it actually sounds good for once. It's not like something sludge ooze. You start to metabolize the meal, gaining the following effect for the rest of the day. Oh, fuck. Plus 11% HP. Nice. There's a bunch of knolls. Tussocks of fur. Dressed skin stretched over taut muscle. Upright she stands, but she looks ready to drop onto 4s. Her snout snarls and her ears twitch. She barks and her hyena tribesmen answer. Base demeanor docile. Friendly knolls. We also have these water vine farmers, or apple farmers, actually. This brawny, mustachoid man wears a white apron stained with juice of star apples. His sable hair mats against the browned skin on his forehead. From his left forearm hangs a wet rag, which he scrubs the dirt from his hands every few moments. It's just auto-explore. It's kind of a nice little, not super complicated town. Road running through things. Elder Farok, may the earth yield for us this season. Honor is the contemplation of the art of pinching. Oh god, they worship the art of pinching. Floating glow sphere. So I don't have to worry about running out of Esperlight. Yeah, floating glow spheres would be nice. Or just, carrying torches, But yeah, I wouldn't know where to find one. I've had them before, but I'm terrible at finding specific items in CUD. That's the thing that I'm very knowledgeless at, is finding specific items. Is there work around here? Adventurer, we've been sharing stories with each other. and we found out that about a nearby location forgotten to our people. The lair of Dragonworm, Hargabor, the legendary bloated leech. What perils might this place hold? Fresh meat, defenseless villages, an altar to the contemplation of the art of pinching? We must know. If you pinpoint it for us, we will pay you for your services. Will you? You can find it by following the river that passes through the Snapjar Fort east. That's actually, okay, that's kind of fun. We can try that. We can try that. I will locate the lair of Draghorm Hengabustir, the legendary bloated leech, as you ask. Should trade with you. Let's trade, sir. The Nomad Merchant. I mean, I kind of just want to see if I can trade for some silver nuggets and stuff with all of the crud that I have, because I do genuinely just have a lot of random junk. Okay, so can't quite get all this random crud out of my inventory for that, because that's what, 45 bits. So we'll ask for the 4 copper nuggets. What's the goal in this game? So it's there's a main storyline that you can follow and tons of generated content around that main storyline. What's the goal in the game? Discover the secrets of the histories and the histories of Cud and learn about the different people that live there and what the fuck happened. How's the background volume, by the way? Is it good? I just turned it down a little bit because it looked a little on the loud side, but let me know how it is. Yeah, we'll trade. I'll have to pony up 5 grams of fresh water to even out the trade. Yeah, that's fine. We are a water farmer. Or a water merchant, not farmer. There we go. Okay, so we've got 1 quest. What's that? A weird artifact. Puzzling artifact. Find Uushwouun Kurshwalala. How is the crafting system? Since I think I saw a menu for it, there is the tinkering system, and how is it? Absurdly in depth. Along with the cooking system. I've got much more experience with the cooking system than the crafting system, but the cooking system is neat. You can, like, design recipes and then attach different buffs to different recipes. And select from different perks and bonuses for each recipe. It's neat. Are you telling me I have to walk through the pool of slime to get in here? That's kind of dumb. You're the village tinkerer, who doesn't have work for me yet. Although you might have things to trade. Bunch of random crafting. Like, this guy is the guy that you talk to if you want to craft stuff. So he's got corroded circuit boards, cracked lenses, fractured microchips. It's all that stuff that you use for crafting. We might actually try to do some crafting. That could be fun. There you go. Oh, no, you're the other person. All right, where's my green friend? I need green person. What's that? The dresser. Huh. Maybe it's you? Ah, yeah, you're the person I need. Peace, friend. I'm looking for work. Nomad! I have arranged an errand that needs doing. A short while ago, I learned that the Divine Sphinx Salt Injector has arrived at the Brown Shezur. For my collection, I would have a use for it. If you find it for me, I'll compensate you for your labor. What do you think? Oh, it's in some ruins called the Divine Sphinx. All right, so this is the world map. If you haven't seen this before. So this is static, right? The world map doesn't change. These are all of the known locations. The two little stars at the bottom are the two quests I just got. These locations never change. But the layouts of every single one of them does. There are certain tiles that are preset that don't change, but then there will be dungeons underneath them that do. Yeah. It's a simple but in-depth system for tinkering. Same with cooking. Cooking on its surface is really simple. You get items, or you get cooking ingredients, and then you attach different buffs to different combinations of ingredients and name the different meals that you cook. But you get a selection of different buffs based on the ingredients. And then if you put together a new combination of ingredients, you can make it into a new meal and add different buffs onto it. And it kind of makes this fun little system that you build from run to run. There's also a pretty in-depth, like a really in-depth different faction system where based on what you do and who you kill, you'll have different factions that follow you around and like you or hate you or murder you on sight or become friends with you. So let's figure out which site is which. That's the Desert Canyons. There's a Snapjaw Fort, so I have to follow the river from the Snapjaw Fort. And over here is the Brown Shizor. So I think we're going to go for the Snapjaw Fort and follow the river. So I'm just going to kind of walk down in this direction. But because just going straight to a Snapjaw Fort as a level 1 Esper, probably a fucking bad idea. So we're just going to drop into the tile here. I'll wander around a little bit before we actually head over to the Snapjaw Fort. Although it's nighttime and I'm probably hungry. Yep, I'm hungry. So let's make a campfire. I do. I hit that button. Make a camp. Whip up a meal. Gather whatever you can find for your meal: an apricot, some proclaimed sesame, and a dram of rust and a glopad leaf. You toss them in a pot and stir and eat the meal, and it is delicious. So if I actually have cooking skills, which I don't have, it'll let me select specific ingredients out of my inventory, preserve ingredients, and do other things like that. And then I can actually name a recipe, but I normally start with skills related to cooking because I enjoy them. We need to find a friend to beguile. That was a good meal, yeah. I like sesame. I might actually just murder these fish. Or try to murder these fish. So, I need to put that onto a... Bzz. I was wondering if they had any new animations for that. So now all these fish are mad at me because I just killed a fish. And bzz. Teehee. Bzz. I'm leveling up. I kind of want to get to like level 3 or 4-ish. Let's just stab you. I'm not going to worry about fighting with the glow pads, just the fish. Well, I mean, guess I could fight with the glow pads, but... And bop. Bop. Ow. For reference, these things are glow pads. Wet glow pad. A disc leaf with luminous veins. And then the other things that I'm killing are these guys. Wet glowfish, luminescent flecks, flint beneath the water's surface. I mean, how can you miss when your ability is just look at the thing? There's like something up there. What's that? Oh, star apples. Hold on a second. Why is there just... Oh, because I didn't see you. Chromelings. Accumulated Barithmite Tutor. Patched together out of scrap metal, they teach her on what was once an artist. Maker, thinking while beguiling him into metal likeness. They occupy a point between poles on several axes, halfway between chimp and human, halfway between child and adult. They are small, and there are shadows under their chrome cheek. Like I've ever run into these blokes so early. Beep boop. Anything to trade. Alright, so these guys have lots of data disks. Can't really do anything with them. I mean, it's helpful for leveling up early. And that's all that really matters to me right now. Excuse me while I take that apple. There's just like fucking crafting materials everywhere. Burnt capacitors. Neat. They also sell for little bits. Should just auto-explore this area, honestly. And I'll murder those. I was kind of hoping that we'd run into... I was kind of hoping that we would run into some crocodiles, but... Although, personally, I have more fun with fire hands early, which basically just turns you into the Human Torch and lets you shoot blasts of fire out of your hands, which is great fun because then you could just be all like, yo, die to beams of fire and evaporate water and other fun things. But I usually end up killing myself with it because I'll set on a bunch of stuff on fire in a... Oh. I'll set a bunch of stuff on fire that's like indoors and it'll spread. That causes problems. Yeah, Lens is fun. Lens was like one of the first mutations I just developed previously. Ages ago, back when I first started playing this. Alright, I'm going to save my mutation points. Don't have an attribute point. Don't have much in the way of skill points at level 1. Kind of thinking about what do I want, though. We already have Snake Oiler, which for the purposes of bartering, your ego is treated as though if it were 4 points higher. Because we can snoil people. But I have 0 it costs. What? That's confusing. Wilderness lore. I'm gonna take that from wilderness lore for mountains. Not enough skill points. I'm confused by this. Oh no, it's because I don't have wayfaring at derp. Then why is that open? What? That confused me. Sorry, I thought I had Wayfarer and I was very perplexed for a second there. But I will be grabbing Wayfaring probably. Probably for the mountains and the deserts. Yeah, so no point in grabbing anything yet. Then we'll go cooking and staunch wounds. Yeah, no, it just perplexed me as to why it was open. No, I understand now. It just took me a second. Okay, we're on the edge of the mountains. To beguile something. Lots of horses. You know, just the problems with playing a game for the first time in a couple weeks, and you're just like, wait, why is this working the way it was working? Right, okay. Cut is very good at not being immediately obvious. Just murdered a gnoll that charged us. Ooh. Now you I would like. Average and hostile Snapjaw warrior. Equipped with a bronze dagger and bite. And is charging me. Beguile you. Don't work. Okay. Bzz. He's injured. Wounded. And dead. And, I'm gonna grab your bronze dagger. We're just, a good Esper going around, doing our best to, fertilize all of the ground. Hopefully no chameleons. The last run I did, I had a pet chameleon, like, immediately. I don't know. I'm more concerned about salt hoppers. That's not that scary. Snapjaw brute. I mean, we just killed another one of you. Bloody salamander dies. Either he's injured or he's... No, he's fine. He's just covered in blood. Well, Beguile's back up. Let's wait for you to come over here, Beguile. There you go. Snapjaw brute oogles me lovingly, and he's now fighting with the chameleon. You can fight with that chameleon if you want. Walk past the boar that's getting murdered. What? Oh. Die, please. Those guys are a little spooky. Two-headed boar. Ow? Oh. So much going on in this forest. It's easy to miss things, but we're injured, so. I'm going to, I'm precognition. Got him. The wild boar that I'm concerned with. Just gonna go hide down here. Oh. That wild boar is, distracted by something else. No, I don't want to return to the start. I killed the wild boar. Let's wait. Took a sip of water. We're okay. But I do need to find a new friend. Let's just go to the Snapjaw fort. Let's quickly make a meal. Some chrome, dog hair, traveling mung bean, and a nip of shale into a pot and stir. I need to go check my blood sugar in a minute. I feel off. Shut off the campfire. Getting real world debuffs. It's no fun. Okay. I'm gonna turn on Beguile. So I know that a bunch of you guys haven't seen this game before, and I'm curious. What do you think? Seems like this guy won't attack his old tribe. That's a little annoying. I'm stunned for a turn. Boo! Got him. Down to 9 HP, though. That not good. I'm so used to having, Snapjaw Warlord. Can I beguile you? Nope. Alright, well, we'll turn on precognition. I'm gonna laze you. I'm gonna sprint away. Laze him. Am I bleeding? No, I just had blood running off me. Laze you. Laze you. And you die. No, I don't want to return to the start of my vision. Friendly bloke comes back. And I wait until I'm healed. A masterwork bronze dagger. That'll be helpful in trade. As their friends show up. We murder more of them. Only reason I'm still here is because I want what's in this chest. Ooh, a copper nougat. Don't really worry about taking multiple bows. I do also have this bow equipped, which I could be using, but the sword that I have is Aid. All right, chat. For those of you that are lurking, could I please get a round of beers? I'm gonna go check my blood sugar because I feel off. Like, I feel low. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. If you are just lurking in the channel, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get, and then we're gonna go follow this river. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Not even. Yep, I'm low. Gotta love real life debuffs making you worse at video games. Not very low, though. Just a little bit low. So I have Dex tablets. Gotta check again. All right. So, I'm just gonna kind of hang out here and occasionally shoot laser beams at things. There's a turtle over there. Coming right at me. I hate how long it takes to kill turtles. If anybody's confused as to what we're doing or where I'm at, let me know. Come on, friend. Do it for me so I don't need to. I hate tortoises. They take so fucking long to kill. I'm actually healing fighting this tortoise. I've died to tortoises before because they just kind of like grain you down and they take so long to actually kill. It's wounded. It'll die eventually. 17,000 years have passed while they're beating on the tortoise. Although, fortunately, they give a decent amount of XP, so... Yeah, Blanken, you're right. But, I don't know. Like I said, they give a decent amount of XP, so I'll just... smack it for a bit. I don't think I've ever actually been told to follow a river before. That's new. At least to me. Try and beguile you, because you're better than my current friend. I got really low really quickly. Are you injured? Nope, you're fine. I'ma just outrun you. I just see combat happening. Whoop, there goes my friend. Bye! Well, not totally just bye. It's neither. I can... Oh, both die? Or did he just fuck off? Anything possible he just fucked off. I don't really play this game enough to do daily or weekly challenges, so... it's easier for me to just play the video game. Getting shot by seeds. Fun. Get out of my way, you dumb plant. But yeah, no, we're playing kind of an Esper. Well, we're playing an Esper. Ooh. That what I was looking for? Nope. Looking for the legendary bloated leech. A pig farmer. That startled me. Thought you were evil, doggy, for a second there. It's kind of rewarding to see leaderboards. Or demeaning to see leaderboards. I don't know. I don't really do that stuff. I know. I kind of have to feel like I'm relatively decent at a video game before I'm going to do challenge runs. Just going to try and laze some of these things to death. Or just walk around them and let the horses deal with them. A lot of them. Christ. Wouldn't want to piss off a horse. No, you wouldn't. Although... like I said, wouldn't want to piss off a horse. Yes, I would like to return to the beginning of my, vision. I did that successfully once. Precogged the wrong thing and got an Equimax. It was fun. I Having desires to make random game ideas all the time. Like, you come up with a random idea and you're just like, I want to make that. I don't think I don't really get desires to make random games very often. But what I do get is... I should probably walk away. What I do get is, I wish other people would make games, I guess. There we go. We got a piggy on our side now. We have befriended bacon. Bloody wet two-headed boar who's swimming currently. You created a card game? So who is... I think it was Bamboozer who said no chameleons, hopefully. Well, I just found a chameleon. Fortunately, it's relatively far away, but... Alright, how fucking far do I need to follow this river? There's the chameleon. It's a wet chameleon. Well... Come on, piggy. Help me out here. Because I need to eat something. There you go, piggy. See how piggy does against it. Got him. That's what I like to see. Easy 125 XP. Let's see if I can laze you to death. Another chameleon over there. Chameleons are fun because they'll just like randomly kill you. Come on, piggy, help me out here. There you go. There you go. All right, let's just wait. Make a campfire. Whip up a meal. That's her future. See, I would have not made a card game to play with other people. I used to come up with variations on the rules for solitaire when I was younger. So that's I don't know. That's what I used to do when I was younger. An email list that I'm on the email list for sent me a link to Pet the Dog Simulator. Too bad it's VR only, and I could truly pet a dog. I don't know about you guys, but I feel kind of alone in a lot of the dog memes. Maybe it's because I'm not really a dog person. Like, I like dogs, but the need to pet the dog in every single video game ever made has always kind of perplexed me a little bit. It's always been a nice feature for me, but... Is that a pick-upable item? Some torches. Gladly take some torches. Also, what the fuck is this river? Did it split? Thanks, Balinor. Alright, game, so you've told me to follow the river. Did I miss something? Because this no longer looks like river. This looks like lake. Where the heck are we? Located along the river that runs through the Snapjaw Fort. Well, it started at the Snapjaw Fort. It didn't really run through the... Alright, let's follow this back. I feel like we've gone somewhere where I'm not supposed to be. Whoa! That was a crocodile. Roadkill. The number of times I've died doing that. Alright, so this was the river. I have 3 mutation points now. 1 attribute point. I can go get the skill I actually want now. Wayfaring. Like to stop getting lost. There. And salt plain. And mountains. Sweet. Well, not stop getting lost, but get lost less. My snail man has a pet snail on your head in DF. That's a little disturbing. Hey, Ace. It's been a while. How you been? Still impressed you have the name Ace on Twitch. And Narvicious as well. Hello, hello. Hey, hi, hello. Hope things are good. Also, what else can we do? Yeah, since I'm just building up my mutation points, to get another mental mutation. So I feel like there's less risks with the mental mutations over the physical mutations. The physical mutations, it's like, oh, well, I might like suddenly not be able to have armor on anymore because of a mutation I have. Whereas with the mental mutations, it's like, I can just kind of not use them. Just kind of not use them. Ego, willpower, strength. Yes. That would be like a big sentient human having a tiny human pet. It's like if a snail man eats escargot, is that cannibalism? If a snail man has a pet snail, is that slavery? I don't know. I've always found that about like video games with snail people to be a little bit disturbing. It's just like when Goofy walks Pluto. Because he's a dog walking a dog. It's like, why is this dog standing up and intelligent and this one isn't? I thought that was weird when I was a little child, and I still think it's weird now. Frankly. Don't you think that's weird, chat? I think it's weird. I mean, in reality, it's probably just putting too much thought into something that is stupid. Ow. I just whacked my elbow. But... okay, so I'm just going to kind of hope that this is the river. Wouldn't it be the, well, kink shaming Pluto? Pluto just likes playing dumb, you know? Also, Goofy has a kid, right? We ever find out who the mom is? Just asking. Face tanking things as an Esper. Let's go. Well, I mean, I'm finding loot down here. Shit's on fire, apparently. That's fun. Got him. Just sniping out critters. Go, piggy. Iron mace, slender, sturdy bronze dagger. Also an axe down there. No human looks like an aura. Sure. But it's still weird. I don't know. I've always thought the people who keep monkeys as pets are strange. You know? Like, there's just certain things you shouldn't keep as pets, and that is a lot of snapjaws. I realize I can one-shot them, but that's still a lot of snapjaws. Whoopsies, that was a dragonfly, not a snapjaw. Whoops. May have just pissed off some bugs, chat. Oh, I thought you were dead. Precognition. Because I'm getting shot. Bronze battle axe. That almost killed me. And a sturdy iron longsword. Yo. Just wait down here. No, I would not like to return to the start of my vision. Now we've healed back up. We're going to sneak back in here and get whatever's in this chest. Wooden arrow, iron longsword. Yes, I just pointed at someone and said, fuck you in particular, and zapped them with a laser beam. As you do in CUD. Because who doesn't want to have Superman laser eyes? Like this. Fuck you in particular. Bzz. 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 Why aren't you fucking dead? There you go. About fucking time. Ooh, a quilted shawl. Let's have a look. A commonly multicolored shawl to distinguish its wearer from the rest of the pack. Gives you plus cold resistance. Welcome back, Dragman. I mean, a big cat would probably look at a domestic cat as lunch, but big cats and domestic cats are also not as intelligent as we are. I think this is a bad conversation for you to go down. Does anybody else ever accidentally pick up corpses without realizing it in this game, or just me? Help this dragonfly out. Oh no, it died. But if we had tiny, unintelligent, people that looked like us, yeah, I think I picked up a corpse. I wouldn't want to keep them as pets. Really? What else am I carrying that's heavy? Probably just all of these weapons. That's not what I wanted to do. Also, let's equip the sturdy iron sword. A mace equipped? No, I also had a mace. 30 iron longsword. I guess I also had the mace and the longsword equipped. You do that accidentally in real life. I try to do it in real life. It's generally not super successful. If I feel like I'm not keeping up with chat, it's because I'm not reading chat as much because there isn't as much happening in chat as normal. When chat's more active, I look at it more often. When I know chat's a little lurky, I don't read it as much. What the fuck am I holding that's heavy? And you wonder why Goatkind is angry? I mean, they taste delicious. What can I say? Well, so who said I wonder why your people are angry? What is Caves of Cud? Very, 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 very good game. And I am overburdened. Chat, what is Caves of Cud? It's your turn to explain what Caves of Cud is. Let's chuck the staff. Those are heavy. Dump that. There we go. Just picked up that many hatchets. It's a open world RPG roguelike that has a lot of things in common with Dwarf Fortress. And the reason I say that is because it's been around almost as long. Nailed it, Hayes. It's a game that I really enjoy. It's for sale on Steam, itch.io, and Good Old Games. It has been in development for 10,742 years, precisely. 41 days and 67 seconds, actually. And it is a massive open-world RPG, turn-based roguelike. That is unfair. It has permadeath, and it is fucking fantastic. For me, this game is very much like, what if like Dune, Alice in Wonderland, and Horizon Zero Dawn kind of got smashed together for the world. I think Horizon Zero Dawn is like a pretty good mainstream reference for people these days, actually. These actually have very similar trappings. I am a humble water merchant who just happens to have two very special abilities. Well, three. I can predict the future, shoot lasers out of my eyeballs, and I can convince creatures to be my friend. I have a friend pig, who is a friend pig, and I'm dual-wielding a sword and a mace. Let's see if I can beguile you. Yep, I can. Then kill my old friend, because that's what we do with friends around here. Actually, no, I'm just going to let my new friend kill my old friend. And shoot you with lasers! Oh, come on. Watch me die to my old friend. Can't use sprint for another 72 turns. There you go. You finally fucking turned around. There you go. Killed it. Ugh. I can only have one friend. I can only beguile one creature at a time. But there are other ways to achieve friendship with things. Ooh, you dropped the copper nugget. Those are valuable. Copper nugget is basically money. Actually, water is money, but... A shrine to Yeshid, the Vermilion Brine. Throughout 4067 BR, Yeshid the wreaked havoc on all of the Shenna, sowing with salt in the fields of Parias. From the mysterious strangers, he became known as the Shenna of Sorrow. Staffs are, but they're fucking heavy, man. Salt-encrusted Snapjaw corpse. Ow. Yeah, twit. There's also a crocodile right here. It's not the button I wanted to hit. Let's just back off. Crocodiles hit, like, shockingly hard sometimes. There we go. My friend leveled up. Nice. There's friendly you can make peace with... Okay, actually, here. I can show you the factions menu. All right, this is my current reputation with people. Antelopes and apes are indifferent. The Arcanids hate me. Baboons fucking hate everybody. Baboons are evil, right? Bears dislike me. Birds don't care. Cannibals don't like me. Cats hate me. One of my greatest achievements was becoming allied with cats. Cats will no longer attack you, but are indifferent about your existence. Children of Manum, Church of Terror, Clear Skyon Urchins Order. A lot of these, like, I haven't even ever seen before. Crabs. Dogs like me. Dogs are good friends with me. But, yeah, so this depicts who hates you and who likes you. And based on who you kill, what you do, and quests, that can change. There's no magic, but, like, there's magic. If I can shoot fireballs out of my hands, there's no magic. There's just magic, you know? There's no magic, but you can fucking grow wings. What, like sandworms? There is a sandworm. Yeah, no magic, only perfectly logical science. Magic, we call it. Ah! It's okay, he did. Whoa. These guys are okay when, like, it's just a few at a time and they're in single file, but the second they start to, like... Did they... Ooh, wide-brimmed hat. Did they murder a bunch of wide-brimmed hat dudes? They must have. Oh, I'm carrying too much. God damn it. Ah, the problem of being a traitor. All right, you know what? Screw it. I discover a lair. Yes, I would like to investigate. Briefly. I love it when the Snapjaws just, like, shoot fucking fire out of their hands and you're just like, I'm just chilling and murdering Snapjaws. Boom! I'm on fire. What the fuck? I love how I just randomly found the quest marker. I think. Which quest marker was that? Oh, no, okay. That wasn't the legendary bloated leech, but it was enough to get me a level. Whoa! Not one, but two of them. There's a chest right there. What? Nah. All right. Let's use precognition because I can. All right. So there's 2 chameleons on me. It was a trap. I was going for the chest. Let's beguile one of you. Got him. All right. I'm now hurting. Let's sprint. Sprint. Sprint, sprint. God, there's crocodiles. But I love how I'm technically inside of town now. Well, evil chameleon is dead. I don't even know what the fuck is happening up there. They're just killing that water vine farmer. This is a fucked up town, guys. I stopped bleeding, though, which is nice. All right, so evil crocodile is following me into town. Crocodile is dead. And I could just hang out here now, I think. Nope. Shit's following me into town. This is brilliant. I'm just gonna walk away from you. Okay. Whew. That was bad. I'm sure it undulates. I'm not certain if it's rhythmically, though. This is very much a game of, oh, fuck, run the fuck away. And that's part of why it's fun. Also, thanks, guys, for the follows. A couple follows have come in since I started streaming this, so cheers, guys. And to anybody who is new here, this is kind of the Dwarf Fortress channel. I stream an ungodly amount of Dwarf Fortress. But every now and again, I crawl out of my caves and tunnels to play other games that I like. This is one of them. All right, well, that's a fun place down there. So let's go back to that fun place. Look at all of those fucking lizards. I was wondering why there was chests here. Because they're the town's chests. There's also a cave right here. Stairs going down. Yeah, I kind of... One of the reasons I've been playing a little bit more Caves of Cud recently is like, I think it'd be fun to get some members of the team on the stream for a bit. 'Cause if I can get Tarn Adams on my stream, I can get Caves of Cud people on here. Next goal. Whoops. Although I think I need to focus on getting Meph on the stream first for DF stuff. Priorities. What the heck is going on down here? Like a hermit hole? I want to take it because this is technically part of town. I thought that was an evil chameleon, but no, it's my chameleon. Need to listen to the interviews again? Could also just tweet it. Them. All right, so curiosity is fucking killing me. Going to just wait a whole bunch of turns. 62. I'm waiting. Time is passing. 28. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There we go. We're going to turn on precog, and I'm going to jump in this hole. I want to know how deep it is. Fall down a deep shaft, eh? Or we only fell down one floor, I think. Okay, never mind. Nowhere near as fun as I thought that was. No. Sometimes those holes can be really exciting. That's what she said. But in this case, not so exciting. It's real fun when you jump into those holes and you're like, oh my god, I'm in Factorio. Also, speaking of oh my god, I'm in Factorio. There's a bunch of salamanders attacking me. Watch me die here. Did I attack one of them, or did they attack me? Or did one of the spike... I think one of the spikes hit them. Or are the salamanders just allied with the crocodiles and mad that I killed the crocodile that hates me? I don't know. Some combination of up above. Oh, hey, a robot. How hard are you guys, actually? Average hostile? Yeah, astronauts, Lincoln. Yeah, I played that at a convention over, like, it was either last year or the year before. 225 XP. Pool of oil. That's not the button I wanted. Collect liquid. Thank you. Can't remember if that stuff's worth anything, but... Whoa! My dude! I found Ice Frog. He's gonna make Dota. She gulps and shifts, tough off her rime-tarped nostrils. Get it? No. Don't tell me to get games. I'll wait on that one. That one needs a little bit more time, I think. Oh, you were talking about the oil. Blanken. Okay, so just for full disclosure on this stream, I'm relatively knowledgeable about this game. I have 80 hours in it, which isn't much in the grand scheme of things, but I'm relatively knowledgeable. Mystery and discovery is 99% of the fun of these games. I was pretty certain that that it's useful later, and I'm pretty certain that it's worth something. Please don't tell me what a thing does, because that ruins all of the fun of games like this for me. So unless I directly ask what a thing is useful for, don't tell me. I do not want to know. You're just gonna fucking kill my chameleon, aren't you? Forget what others don't know? Yeah, fair. I mean, you have no idea what I know and what I don't know, so it's totally fair that stuff like that slips, but, like, I'm not one of those people who's just gonna insta-ban somebody who's like, hey, this does that, but, like, just try and avoid doing that if possible. Especially if I seem confused about a thing, don't be like, oh, it does this. That was the concern. So it is injured. I do not have sprint up. It is tough. Let's try to beguile it. Nope, not doing that. It's okay, I seem to be able to just outrun it. Got him. Kind of wish I could have kept him as a friend, but... Alright, let's get out. I don't want to go too deep. Why do people like spoiling people fun when they play games? I don't get it. Supnaz, some people are totally fine with it. Like, there are types of games where I don't care about spoilers. And there are types of spoilers I'm totally fine with. It really depends on the game for me. In a game like Jupiter Hell, I don't care about spoilers because I can beat that game. And if somebody tells me specifically how a mechanic works, I don't care, because that game's not about mystery. That game is more like, it's a roguelike more like XCOM, where it's more about just the minute-to-minute strategy of it versus this is what this item does. Versus a game like Dwarf Fortress or a game like Caves of Cud, or even a game like Cogmind, or something that's more focused on, well, that's a weird thing. Don't know what the fuck that does. I guess we'll figure that out later. It's more based on your knowledge of the mechanics of the game versus minute-to-minute strategy. So it depends on the game type for me. A game like XCOM, I want to know every single tool, or a game like even a game like even a game like Tome, I want to know exactly what my tools are. But because this game is so steeped in lore and design, like, you know, I know for, like, spoilers, I know this game has nukes in it. I didn't know that until I listened to a podcast, but now I know this game has nukes in it. There's a lot of, like, I know that there's conveyor belts in this game because, well, I've watched streams, but I've never actually seen that stuff, you know? The day that I learned that there was weird interdimensional vortexes was the first time I found one, and appeared, if I go up to the surface, because I think this is the surface. Yeah, if I go to the map and then hit L, it was, and the interdimensional vortex spawned me around here somewhere, and I got fucking four-shot by a bunch of dudes out there. And then, you know, if someone tells me, hey, there's interdimensional vortexes in this world, I wouldn't entirely appreciate that until you find that the first time, and it's fucking cool. You know? So I don't think, I think there's very few people that go around doing that intentionally. I think it's more of just people assume everybody knows everything about that they do, and they just want to talk about the game, and that's fine. You know? Like, and I'm not mad at Blanken at all for making the comment about oil, because I've never encountered an item that would use oil. I can make a safe assumption that stuff will use oil, otherwise it wouldn't be in the video game. But it's more just a prior warning, like, just be wary, hey? Speaking of neat things, check this out. A historic hologram. I didn't even see this the first time I was in this room because it was so faint. Yeah, no, exactly. We're just talking and, like, talking about games, and it's very easy to accidentally spoil games. Are you asking if it's good, Dragon Man? Because I've heard very good things about it. The only negative thing I've heard about it is the way the unlocks work. But supposedly it's very good. If you enjoyed the Tony Hawk of old, you'll probably like the Tony Hawk of now. But yeah, no, we've seen similar holograms to this one, but more history. All right, where my traders at? I got lots of weapons I need to get. I need to dump on them. They're up here, through the slime puddle. Gross. Oh no, that's the Tinkerer. Where was the trader? Maybe he's over in this room. Haven't done anything productive yet, but it's fine. I'm gonna trade one of those Iron Maces because I'm equipping the other one. Don't really need any of this stuff yet. Might as well just trade it too. I don't mod games generally unless I feel they really need it. So I don't have any mods running this as vanilla. I mean, unless I can get to the end of a game, why would I mod it? Might actually take that carbide longsword. Be a nice little boost. It's a pretty fair trade, too. Oh, there's also that beaded bracelet. Shit. I got 2 of them. Well, I'll take a silver nugget. Your torches. And a few bandages. Those always come in handy. We'll take the rest in water. Yes, please. Thank you for the work. Yeah, no, I'm the sort of person who mods games okay, the only time that I will go into a game with mods initially is something like Stalker, which I've been playing. The reason I modded Stalker is because I want it to crash less. So I have some mods that make it capable of the concept of borderless windowed mode, and a mod that changes the engine slightly so that it doesn't crash as much and gives me a couple more effects graphically. But games like this, games like Dwarf Fortress, I don't see the point in modding. I just play vanilla. Yeah, no, exactly. I actually, last night, installed Stalker Anomaly, which is a completely free game based on the source code of all 3 Stalker games, which is interesting. Ran around for 5 minutes and died to cats. So, gonna play that after I'm done with Call of Pripyat, but... Do I... Oh, I can buy a new mutation. Excellent. Mental Mirror. You reflect mental attacks back at your attackers. Reflect up to 1 mental attacks. Shatters all reflection charges after exhausted. Quickly pass back and forth through time, creating multiple copies of yourself. That one's also fun. Have I played Aurora? I have no interest, really. I don't... I've tried streaming 4X games, and consistently they are the worst responses I get to streams. I've tried playing Paradox games, I tried playing the Endless games, I've tried playing Civ 6, and you want to find like the worst chat statistics and viewer statistics I've ever had? It's those games. So, and Aurora, I value my eyes more than that because my eyes don't work particularly well, and Aurora makes me want to rip my eyes out. Specifically the shade of green they use. So I don't think Aurora's playable for me, unfortunately. I would have to do a lot of customizing to make it playable, and I don't really see the point. I'm not Quill 18. I can't just like point a gun at a thing and be like, "Watch it, damn it!" I have to kind of play things that people who watch me already like. So I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, and I play a lot of roguelikes. If it's a roguelike, people will look. If I were to play Aurora 4X, I'm sure people would look, but I wouldn't be able to last very long on it, unfortunately. See, Wave Depletion. I played RimWorld Vanilla for a very long time. Domination's fun. but it's kind of dangerous. I did mention Cogmind, yeah. I have problems with Cogmind's visuals. Big problems with Cogmind. Did you feel a disturbance in the Force about an hour ago when I turned on Cogmind and you were just like, Cogmind stream? Shot to attention. What's up, Rat? What's up, dude? So many sharp sounds. I have problems with every single font in that game. It hurts me. But it's fine. I know Cogmind is a very good game, and I know I don't need to stream it. It's not super high on my list of things that I need to get to, but it's a very, very, very good game. The roguelikes I've been kind of playing recently are Jupiter Hell, Caves of Cud, and I've been poking Rift Wizard a little bit. I kind of want to get into approaching Infinity, because that game looks neat. But, yeah, those are kind of the ones I've been playing recently. Outside of that, it's just been a lot of Dwarf Fortress and Stalker. I just kind of had this weird, like, twinge in my brain last night going, I need to play some Cud, which happens every so often. Man, I can't decide what to go with. I might just go with Mental Mirror. Mental Mirror is nice. Mental Mirror is just like a nice defensive thing to have. But this one's just funny. But it only gives me one copy. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. I mean, I've used them all. Yeah, that's the problem, is they're all good. I'm probably going to go with Mental Mirror. Like, this one's just fun. Domination is hard to use, yeah, but it's fucking strong. Although I've died using Domination before. Mental Mirror is the one I'm going to go with. We now have a Mental Mirror. Also have an attribute point, which I'm going to shove on. A little uneasy about how low willpower is. I'm going to put it on willpower. Got 144 skill points. Because I love it. Cooking and gathering. So we now have meal preps. I need to get me some harvestry and butchery and spicing. Oh god, I didn't even think about that. I'm just like randomly throwing grenades. You know, Blinken, just don't worry about it. That was the pasture of the gross and Corellian. I think we're gonna run this direction. I'm gonna go to the brown Shazur, because I could probably finish that quest easier. I mean, I know what willpower does. So. Actually, before I do anything. cake with 2 ingredients, star apple jam and vine wafer sheaf. You gather whatever you can find for your meal. Some star apple jam and some vine wafer sheaf and some vanilla. Woo! You eat the meal. Well, that's not exactly helpful. It's fine, though. Some rocks. Ooh. Okay, first off, we got this. The Shrine to Yis, the terror of Sispal. Acting against the persuasion of the vines, Yusif led an army to the gates of the Alva Cave. She rescued its citizens, and they crowned her Sultan of Cud, dowering her with the Kessel face. In her honor, they changed their name to Alva, the Cave of Yuspad. Well, we got ourselves books. Who's ready for some word salad? I can't wait. They make me melee. I mean, they have been for a while. And another statue that I probably will mispronounce all of the words for. Mished. While traveling near Mishedgrad in the quill-worshipping precinct of Shursbal, Mishad was captured by the bandits he murdered, their leader, and with a dagger and made of sand. So you're like that YouTuber who makes knives out of things? And thenceforth was known as the Prism Shouter. Small muddy tube. Examine. I found what I needed to find. Wonder what would happen if I broke it. You make some progress understanding the divine Sphinx salt injector. You think it's probably a variety of Sphinx salt injector. Good job, you. And you believe that you would be able to recognize an ordinary one of these now. Get. Someone was sleeping here. Vase, basket cap. A jewel-encrusted slate frock. This item is much more valuable than usual and grants the wearer plus 100% reputation with the water barons. I should equip that, shouldn't I? Let's look dapper as fuck. Plus 2 DV while occupying the same tile as foliage. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the slate frock. That or the vine weave tunic. The vine weave tunic would probably be a good thing to go with. I had this studded leather armor previously. What do you guys think? Should we sell the jewel-encrusted slate frock, or should we just roll with it? I don't have anything I can put on my face. I'm so used to having shit on my back and horns that I almost never have stuff on. Oh, right, yeah, I was gonna equip another weapon, but... equip that. Carbide longsword. Stylish. Look fancy. We have a beaded bracelet and a jewel-encrusted slate frock. Although we lose armor, but gives me reputation. Okay, now I need to remember who the heck I need to talk to. Go grab food. There's always stuff to buy until there isn't stuff to buy. You know? There's always stuff to buy until you buy all the stuff that there is to buy, and then there's all of a sudden nothing to buy, and you're like, oh my god. Where was the other bloke that I needed to talk to? It was you, right? Yeah. I found the Divine Sphinx Salt Injector. Adventurer, you have our thanks. You've proven yourself as a friend to our village. Take this recoiler and return whenever your throat is dry. Are you seeking more work, friend? I've recently come into the possession of a data disk bearing a peculiar stamp encoded with a strange signal. The signal means nothing to us, but there is a sect of tinkerers called the Brothamites who might be interested in it. They are our friends to our village, and they often trade for scrap we tow out of the earth. Would you carry the disk to their enclave at Gritgate? In exchange for the delivery, you might seek apprenticeship with them. Absolutely. Half the time trade caravans don't even seem to move. Like, they just kind of chill in one place and don't really do much outside of that. They just like find a place to camp and they're just like, yeah, we'll just live here. And you're like, oh, you're in the wild. Come back 6 weeks later. Oh, you're still in the same spot? All right. To go do some reading. Darn it. Okay, well, that's not friendly. There you go. Now you're friendly. All right, let's whip up this meal. We eat the meal. Shut off the campfire. Whoa. You were friendly, but now you're no longer friendly. Because you're dead. No, rather, you weren't friendly. Now you... Words. It's fucking dark. Christ. Just attacking the Tuscan Raiders out here. I wouldn't want to fight me. I don't know about you guys, but... Oh, come on. Chameleon, get out of my way. There you go. Take your swords. Did you drop any bullets? Oh, you did drop the desert rifle, which I would like to equip. Take those 2 swords and those lead slugs. Hookah simulator, indeed. And we're heading to our hookah. I was lurking in your stream last night. I hope it went well. And also, hey, Cassie. We regain our bearings. About damn time. God fucking shitballs. Ooh, a salt hopper. Wouldn't mind making you a pet, to be completely honest. Or I'll just, you know, kill it. Get the XP. Either or. I am now covered in its blood. Thanks, Spitalier. Being a 7.5 hour stream. Good shit. I like that a dog just died and we just cooked with abandoned dog hair. Abandoned feels bad hair. You know, normally when I play CUD, I die immediately like 4 times. Well, bread and a thorn and a jilted lover. Obviously. Sounds chewy. I mean, it sounded chewy when he ate it, too. Or when they ate it. It ate it. I don't know what I am, to be honest. I do know that I am lost. Know that much. Ooh. What are you? Huh. Brown-skinned woman wearing only a loincloth over one bare shoulder, and a bow and is slung over the other. She carries some pelt in the forest animal, of some forest animal, at the sound of each breaking twig, or an aberrant bird call. Body tenses, and her hand reaches for the grip of her bow. She poises herself to defend her village from those cloven-hoofed savages that would pillage it. Yeah, you're not wrong. El Nino. Enlino? Enlino? I think that's how you say that. I'm probably totally butchering her name. Apologies. Templar squire, pariah to his people. In a defensive stance, wet skin scintillates behind his ears. His spine cambers? Never seen that word before. In anticipation of his blood-faded curvature. And he pokes out his chin in illumination of his elders. The sword grease stains his hands. Means curves? Today I learned. You ask about your location and you are no longer lost. Budufers. I can't speak with you. Although you do have an ogre pelt. Damn. Suddenly tempted to just murder these people. Fascinating. Desire, disciple of the cold lamb. Peace, health, and light of the star, pilgrim. Brood with me on the lives of Rusef, if you are willing. I am. Share a secret from Rusef's life. In 1 AR, Rusef closed the gates of the Tomb of the Eaters. I know how to pronounce that word, but I can't do it when I'm staring at it. Abdicated the throne and dissolved the Sultanate, in order to lift the curse of Gyre. And I get 250 XP. Thank you. 90% of this game is Greek to me, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of those games where, like, I look at the wording, I'm like, that's... that English? Generally it is, oddly enough. Dog hair stew. That might actually... Is it legal to eat dog in North America? I don't think it is. I think that might actually get me in a lot of trouble. I need a hookah so I can read. I mean, I don't need it, but... You spot a Dromad caravan. There's just a Dromad caravan chilling here? That's actually really cool. And I take a lot of damage walking through the cacti. Let's trade. Oh, wrong person. Oh, no, it's you that I need to trade with. I like how, no matter how many hours you have in this game, the first option for dialogue with Dromads is always, what the fuck are you? I am a camel person, obviously. It's an adventure. Well, I mean, the descriptions are written usually, but a gold book. I must buy the gold book. $57 grams. $63. Now loot. I'm technically gonna lose money in this trade, but yep, you can pony up the water. Sweet. All right. I need some food. See what local cuisine has. Those green things wait when you touch them. What's that? Pulchrate catapult to the Mechanicist convert. Chrome plates in the mangonels. Bucket. And the hollow arm Fulcrate blocks are channeled from the cubic arsenal and loaded into place. It's a gun. Not explicitly illegal to kill dogs for consumption or sell and serve dog meat. That was maybe more information than I wanted, but I guess now I know. There's a snail over there. You're surprised it's not illegal? I mean, common practice in many parts of the world. I feel like it's probably just Canada's like need to be open and accept other cultures would be why it wouldn't be completely illegal. I mean, obviously it's not a wide enough issue. Really curious about how much he'd offer me for the thing I'm wearing. Love this area so much. I don't know. To be clear, I don't want to eat dog. I don't really have any desire to eat dog. Horse, I would try. Horse for sure. Is that an intelligent amoeba? No, it's a Mechanicist convert. Okay. This guy. This guy is equipped with a slate mantle that's jewel encrusted, strange tubes and sandals. She recites canticles and chromatic with reverberant gusto, gesturing empathetically with her hands. See if I can talk to you. The preacher says, "And be blessed, the muse who rose their hearts." I like how is priest has bullets. Yes, please. Yeah, sure. I'll take those bullets for It's just as cruel as killing a cow. Yeah, people, like, I'm kind of with you. I don't really have any desire to eat a dog, personally. But I think people have kind of a warped sense of what animals are intelligent. Like, pigs are fucking smarter than dogs in a lot of cases. Yet they're commonly accepted as delicious. It's weird how, like, cultural biases can... That's not the button I hit. Can really control and decide what we eat. It's like, oh, what's acceptable? What's acceptable? Oh, well, where were you raised? That's not true. My neighbors raised cows for breeding purposes and never slaughtered them. They raised them for, well, they had 2 cows for milk and, whoa, something's fighting. Uh-oh. 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 Everything okay there, mister? Large parts of the world, horses are considered to be commonly consumed. Finland as well. I think large parts of Scandinavia, actually, horse is considered to be delicious. The less it looks like me, the better. I am eating a lot of red meat right now, but the only reason I'm eating a lot of red meat is because I'm trying to gain weight. A lot of butter, a lot of red meat, but that's because I'm trying to be healthier. I really want those Schrodinger pages. I really want those. Way ahead of you, Brian. What do they do? Fun stuff. They're like, here, I'll buy one and show you. It's easier to just show you than to explain it. I'll just pony up water. I got a fuckload of water, so. Trying to do some math in my head. I'm gonna have to trade for more water again, but that's fine. I've still got plenty of water for nowsers. But that was a big trade. Here. So we'll look at it. Schrodinger page from the Annals of Cud. Cult of the Coiled Lamb. Chapter. Nary a scholar knows who composes the Annals of Cud, or when the chronicling began, but the quantivists devised a way to entangle their own pages with the official ledger, allowing them to insert themselves into the histories of a favorable light. A few such places remain. You add the following entry to the Annals of Cud. Your reputation with the cult of the Coiled Lamb increased by 220 to 220 from 0. Now we'll read the villagers of Uushwouun. Nary a scholar knows that composes the Annals of Cud. When chronicling began, the quantivists devised a way to entangle their own pages from the official ledger, allowing them to insert themselves into the histories in a favorable light. Few such pages remain. Like I said, it's kind of easier to just show you. On the 13th of Shwut, Uushwouun became admired by the villagers of Uushwouun for sharing fresh water with them. We also have this book, which we purchased. A dictation with an arching, gear-driven machine has been meticulously tooled into the cover of this chrome, tanned leather Bible of the Mechanists. This is actually a written book. Those aren't particularly cheap. That one kind of was. But I want to find some local cuisine. Anybody have food? You have cooking? Nope, you're not cooking. That poor fucker over there just like... kind of hoping he just dies. You go take his stuff, but... I don't know what that was. But, big warp just went across the screen. Oh, somebody's pissed. Probably. Oh, hey, you have food. Hot... Chat, should we eat slime schnitzel with flaky spine fruit jam? Or hot and spicy? Or spiny, not spicy. Hot and spiny. Which one sounds better to you, chat? If you were offered those two things on a menu, which one do you choose? I'm trading mine for XP. And I'll show you where to trade them for XP if you want. It's in this area. It's part of the reason I came here. But yeah, they can be quite slime schnitzel, right? They can be quite valuable. So if you need money, trade them for money. And sell them to somebody. If you need XP, like if you're in an earlier game, go trade them for XP because they give you a lot of XP usually. You haven't played this game in a year? Gotcha. Yeah, let's see the slime schnitzel. I now have quills. And I can spit slime. It's like when you drink a lot of heavy cream and then like your saliva is super thick. Also, what the fuck is that? Someone must be playing music real loud over here. Look at this shit. Like, what in the hell? Yo. Pretty. Chrome Pyramid and Mechanimist Convert. Sitting. A mountainous pyramid of chrome hovers about to you. The volume around it appears to be furrowed somehow. Sound only comes through in waves. It's as though space and time themselves were crumpled away before the thing's very presence. It's so optimistic. I mean, this game doesn't really have money. Water is like money in this game. I've never seen one of these before. Mopango Pilgrim. Eyes squats in soft halo of cool light that emanates directly from the plates of carapace. Armor and fur between every movement is accompanied by a sibilant music as those plates slide over one another, whispering a wordless prayer. Yeah. Totally. Although this one seems to have it has a force field around it. Potential polarized into, you know, I wonder if I can talk with. I can't talk with it. What else do we have here? Trapezing mortar. An Arcanaut. Mechanimist Pilgrim. This is what we're here for. Alright, so now that... I have this like weird RP thing in this game where I don't like to read books unless I'm chilling smoking a hookah. Although I'm gonna give you guys a second because I need to get me some food in real life because it's that time of the day where I need to do my injections and get my foods. So I will be back in under 5 minutes probably. So hang tight. Stream will resume. We've been live for 4 hours now. 2 hours of music and 2 hours of CUD. We'll probably go for at least another 4. Although I do need to end a little bit earlier today because I got some behind-the-scenes stuff I got to get ready for Friday. Friday, I'm hosting the Halcyon After Hours, which is a thing I do with my stream team where we all sit in one of our team members' channels and play tabletop sim. So we'll be playing games from our childhood. I think we're gonna play like Snakes and Ladders and Sorry or some combination of the two. It'll be fun. It's just gonna be us like yelling at each other and playing games. It'll be a good time. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Could I get a round of beers in the chat? I'll see you guys when I get back. No telling what kinds of atrocities those pyramids can do. Yeah, I mean, it is sending out random force waves every so often, so it seems friendly. Anyway, I'll be back. Yeah, I don't believe I've ever seen... I'm back, by the way. I don't believe I've ever seen random pyramid bloke in the middle of this area before. So, you know, first time for everything, right? Also, once again, thanks for all the follows, guys. All right, I have acquired sandwich. That's my best friend, sandwich. It's delicious. So now, let's read this. Although first I'm going to munch my sandwich. Need bite of sandwich before I can read. Very important. I don't know, I'm more into witches than bitches. I'm just saying. Witches are fun. They make magic and stuff. Bitches are just kind of annoying. So this is a very interesting book because it's literally just like a book of songs. Well, verses, rather. I'm sending out some kind of screen rippling pulse. I sing of the union of our lords, of our ardent fathers, infinitely wise, who made the firmament their home, of the casphorescence, the beauty manifest, whose chromium shoals are awe itself, of their scarred joining when fathers so enchanted wrought machines from her naked womb to inhabit on the earth. Blessed are those who hear it. I sing the union of our lords. O curse the wretched specters, whose yet possess her children. O curse the autumn ruins, which eat away their shine. O praise the ardent fathers, who sired all her children. O praise the casphorescence, which watches over mine. I've found this book before, and I like this one a lot. Also, the sandwich is pretty good. It's, whole wheat bread, cheese, ham, avocado. But it's like good cheese. I bought the fancy cheese because it was on sale. Got me some Gouda. No dog meat, unfortunately. They were out. I don't even know where I would buy dog meat. Although this is a supremely minced flour roast. Expertly minced honey ham roast. And raw avocado. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Because I ain't no dwarf. Waiting for my mouth to be empty and then I'll read another line. My neighbors have a very large dog, actually. It's funny. My building has like very strict rules on the sizes of pets you can have, and they can fine you if it's too big. My neighbors have a fucking Rottie. Big one. Our jungle is but her garden. Our lake is but her drop of rain. Our desert is but dust in her hands. Our wind is but her eternal breath. Our sun is but her luster. Our lives are but her dreams. Ben Coronium. O sovereign fathers, I tremble before your glory. My heart quivers for the righteousness of your judgment. For the humble, proud, to the bear witness to their fall. I live to serve you, O sovereign fathers. I tremble before your glory. My loins quiver for the rapture of this sacred joining. For you conjure chromium from inside me to bear the sacred apparatuses? Apparatus? Amadeus! I live to serve you. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Rat, a little bit. A little bit lewd, screw it. I don't know. I'm looking forward to when I get up to my target weight of 135 pounds so that I can just go back to eating salmon. I kind of like being a pescatarian. I prefer it over red meat. I don't know. I feel better. I don't feel bloated when I eat fish. On a sixth day of the sacred joining, our ardent fathers, who their benevolence breathed life into our flesh, created the Beetles and obliged their desires. O praise the ardent fathers, graced of all beings. O praise the carapace, beauty incarnate. Immaculate chromium, spun on the cosmic loom, who shattered inward, burst forth from beneath the crust of the earth. Flesh of my children rots for you. Fall on your knees, O hear the ardent few. Is that a serious question? It depends on what I'm feeling like eating. I really like miso glaze on salmon. I really like just a plain salt and pepper pan fry. I like a teriyaki salmon. I like a barbecue salmon. I like baked, stovetop. I'll make like an avocado salmon. Like I can make an avocado glazed salmon, which is actually really good. I have a recipe for. I like a lemon glaze. I'm a fan of glazes. I don't know. It's too open of a question. How do you cook your salmon? Yes. Although for me, it's a toss-up depending on for what I get with fish. It's either salmon or steelhead trout, which is very similar. Sometimes I'll get rainbow trout as well, because every now and again the local store will have local rainbow trout for extremely cheap. It's like, yes, I'll buy a raw rainbow trout with the head still on for $1. The one thing I really don't do is deep frying it. I really like these, but the flesh of my children rots for you is spooky to me. Like, spooky in a disturbing way. And make a melee are always confident of known of size. 3rd edition. Dry, hazy, and much dust there. I think that this one's about Arizona. Howbeit we. A full fish for $1. Yes. But rainbow trout are maybe one person serving. A ginger glaze? I haven't done a ginger glaze in a while. Probably been about a year since I had a ginger glaze. Yeah, rainbow trout. They're very small. Like, a rainbow trout is like, I don't know, like 10 centimeters at most. So. Howbeit we indeed. Holy shit! That's a lot of pages! How bad? No. See, this one's 6. That's pretty normal. This one's 4. That's also pretty normal. Did I just drop it? Or equip it? I think I just equipped it. Yep. And this one's 4. Do you guys actually... Oops, why do I keep doing that? Come on, stop equipping them. Do you guys actually want me to read all fucking 60 pages of this shit? Because I doubt that you actually want me to read all 61 pages with this. I have more sandwich to eat regardless. What's with this book racism, Bamber? Well, you want to know the beauty of those loot hints? Spaceship Rat? Most of them change from run to run. Here's the thing, Bamboozler. I sense biases, right? Your username is yellow. Gold color. Of course you would want me to read all of the yellow books. Let's sit on this. The yellow books are actually books, but the other ones have hints in them. The books are like half the reason I play this game, I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'll read the first page of Howbeit We. Howbeit We, page 1. Time has worked to erode the mechanisms that contain the cryogenic mist. The hunter fought the Slue King Rhodes himself, from what little record remains of a thunderplout. In a similar way, in all these things, you may spend the argument's anthrich, as the role of a hero, the clath puff on you. After the sacred joining, as recommend the Sikaneth, the father to gain the farmstead of Cardis, such as phenomena, lead us to an undergarment of leather and padding. The afflicted patient will experience severe pain while ingesting food or drink, and may agitate the last shot you fire. You see, those survived were driven into the lake and marveled at the higher temperature than from the warmer summer. There you go. You may be made by having a seed of about 19 miles in olive green cloth. You may at the very least make yourself useful and bring me a knick-knack from one of these quills. And they are tiny bells to draw the divine between mammals and non-mammals. But the chant grew louder, and so on. Oh, as many ethers, in the fact that there was a different kinds of this record that draws upon the byroads of Cud. Putus Templar. Obviously, they are soon dissolved and disappear. Kayakua is a record of every thirsty fool, boy. You are skilled with bows and rifles. No young lady likes to look back, no further than 10,000 years. And probably. Page 2. More to reach the nearest enemy or obstacle. After 20 squares, you stop dashing. The wide range of motion, on the other hand, of the scores of mutations by unfortunately a troublesome merchant, for the jowls of this bristled pig bears 2 elongated snouts, throughout which it was fired for the hour of the ether, and been eaten by servants of foreign gods. Repair the waydroid far and further. You know how to harvest yeast, yet friends to fungi need only shake their yeast-ridden appendages. What the fuck? But that is somehow darker than one's cathedral to the mechanimists that are yours to keep. Space we know of 3 cadavers in a fog of slightly finer to the number of fell as low as 32, or to 1/10. For the ageless civilizations of the Casperenses know the edifices fit for inhabitants by mortal folk. With the scrambler, you'll need to offer comment, was thus principally that of the locker, choose and scratched in the cage from wire. None of this size, no jasper, frivolous lives, being the formant catalogue of strange civilizations beyond. The great salt desert, into years of Bathrium, and his brothers gorged themselves on the Cyclopean lathe in olive green cloth. You know, I think there's kind of 2 parties of people who watch this game. The people who fucking love me reading books, and then everybody else. Clack think, clack got it, clack puff on debt. In early dawn of our past, the eaters into its fold, press A to view your activated abilities. On for Northwest, though the boils of the great stretches of the cloud, when circumstances are favorable, born by Quor, son of Inet, when it languished in leather, holster rides his shoulder. Each mutation has a mutation point. When you get to the gain of the mutation, you may be useful after all. Solids are too wavy. Remember, chat, solids are too wavy. Now give me a knick-knack for one of the either, whose life is breathed through mutation, through mountain and muscle, and swathed in blanched fur that might be preserved to your base cold resist, and heavy fall of the shields of Sopsvelen, and heirloom of a house Yish, from whose leathers and diaries this account is composed. Look at the center of observations before folding of Pereth. However, most of them have gone haywire in the neighborhood of large towns, since the Cetivus has spent his days curled under the Angular's king's freehold. And all things that you may now identify as a token of captivity, even at the shoulders, it is most well known for its intellectual ability to resist it. And another due north, we find in the coldest centuries. Reading is oddly soothing. Turns out language requires a brain to use correctly. Turns out, yes. Uh-huh. Remember, chat, the one thing we've learned here is solids are too wavy. Just can we make that a thing? Just solids are too wavy. I don't even know what that's from. Oh, God. These books are wonderful. I do kind of wish that Dwarf Fortress had books like this. Like, I imagine how many hours I would waste reading Dwarven poetry. Especially if it was in Dwarfish and not in English. Ice-sheathed worms coursed through their host, ruined the subterranean gate northeast of Yapa. If not contested, separable particles, like the masses of matter. It is clear it can have no minute structure. Anyone can only fathom how unpleasant it must be. Philosophically, precinct the eater's flesh on my riches, ye wealthy and despair, but do not know. I come far and wide to audit the prophecy of the enclave. Similarly, data indexer with modules are deactivated, and anything worn on the flesh of the eaters themselves mummified in the town of the elder. In one case of our, viz., the arch seems a thing born of glasses, unknown to us from the very rot of his situation, is embroidered with the pole of ring. Those are due to the dust in her hands. A heart icon indicates that your weapon penetrate your target's armor. I've actually learned basic mechanics about this game from these books. Rejoice. The joining is through the union consumed today, children. I speak on the Cyclopean lathe in ageless past. The Suvarians too, if he graced us with the phenomena which have been shaped in chrome, return to the grit gate from its fangs, and therefore the capricious life. In 844 pp, the barbarian invasions of 55 or 550. It was a good sandwich. I am no longer hungry. We're on page 5 of 61. 5 of 61. ProcGen text is a thing of beauty, though. It truly, truly is. It's absolutely wonderful. They trace their lineage back to the limbs of this pistol, is a measurement of how well protected you are. Frozen. You are frozen a goodly. Well protected is a measurement of how well protected you are. Frozen. You are frozen. You are a goodly, simple people. I shall speak his word to 4 of your mutations may exceed this score of chest or calling, for this mess is tangled beard. For this mess in its tangled beard. I noticed a bit of dirt sputters from where it pierces the firmament. The old well-known faces that I waved my melodies around the western sunrelease. From a coast of the fuming gods see a dusty part, taking note of the glass's undergarment of leather boots. No jasper lost, crab eggs, bizarre scuttling noise. Each weapon is a mutation score is associated with the defects. The damaging value, for example, 1 heart, 1d4, about the same characteristics in size and weight, and the chemical activity, vibratory, I don't even fucking give up. The returning to Scotland. Wait, what? There's Scotland in this game? Returning to Scotland, he continued his observations at sea level and showed a certain range of motion. Each mutation has fitted leather head strap. I passed out. Yeah, I did. And when I see a Quetzal, return the amaranth prism that reflects and refocuses light to tunnel things towards its welder. My reading or the wording? Is. I really like the "you are a goodly." I think "you are a goodly" is one of my favorite lines from this book so far. The glow weights consume their corpses in order to reshape themselves. The images of the solar system are still more widely separated, Neptune being nearly 3,000 millions of years tucked into forbidden Calacli from the wine cypresses with their teeth until the bones of patience stricken with this medium. You travel to the goat folk village to receive the prison from Mano. Any assignable time. Was that a tip? You must travel to the goat folk village and receive the prism from Mano. Any assignable time. I think that's a quest line. Huh. When reared on the flesh, my captivity even at the camp of in number. On fragility of our universe. The Argent Fathers molded into the plasmatic metal of the Audrinum, the fiefdom's way order than every idea. The penetration value is equal to the character's armor. This is Cud. Try Rustwells, nearby caves, or walk up and down stairs button controls to the rest of the Dromads. By the flesh of my chronicle, begin. I need to screenshot this and send it to Unnormal and just say it. I'm gonna be here a while. Help me, Brian Breckler. Help. Cute Girl is your spirit animal? I've never actually encountered Cute Girl. Determine if multiple attacks are made. Only Otho, Cute Girl, discovered it. While passing over salt-capped peaks and spills the ribcage of wire. May you bathe in the jungle, people of Cud. Perhaps she is indeed some of the signal that interprets the incandescent stillness. You know, it's something that I would really like to see. Like, another game that I really enjoy has this, and that's Brigador. Brigador has an audiobook that you can buy. I wish this game had an audiobook attached to it. I wish. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? As you approach is Cromling. Our lake is but her eternal breath. Deliverance awaits for all pilgrims. The jungles of Yup, the breathless men. Along with the kingdom of Cud, our chimera. You are offered mental mutations, or your ability to haggle with merchants, and your ability to resist the elder to examine the patient, and then consumes a raw leech corpse to stimulate intestinal immunity. That's a tip. It's a hint. I don't know where I would find a raw leech. It's to find a legendary leech, yeah. You are skilled in both bows and rifles, having suffered the long month's trade blockage at the head, while only minorly impairing vision. The Eston Sutton Monastery, Athenreach, is a lock of raven, hair-bound by the wrapped wire to the ironic interpretation of the corner of your mental mutations. You are modified by willpower modifier. Here is your vision of it. All my life, in fact, an unidentified artifact will appear quite dark in the void of color. Your base quickness is 0. Let no fear in your life. Another pair of leather boots, into which several carbide bands have been identified. In brake built for grinding stone, an amaranthine manon, an amaranthine father. I mean, eat leech, leech eat diarrhea, so you know diarrhea, right? Yeah, there are plenty of leeches on Twitch. Yep. I have no idea. But I kind of want to just keep reading this. What do you think, chat? Because I could sit here all day and just read this shit. While I'm enjoying it. I mean, I could literally do this all day. I'm mostly asking you guys if you want me to keep reading this, or should I go try and kill my character? Because this book is just going to get traded for XP, right? So, yeah. Although, I'm 8 pages in, which means it's time for another hookah. This is the greatest game ever made. I'm just saying. Jesus, fucking. We're hanging out with the boys here, you know? My horn chameleon friend, an Arcanaut who's sitting, whatever that is, a Mechanimist Pilgrim, a mortar, and a random floating chrome pyramid. I mean, I really could just, like, you know, do the thing where I, like, have a scene and then just, like, beat the shit out of him. There's a store up the street where I could buy one for, like, $100. Howbeit we. Oh, Jesus. I equipped it again. I really need to stop doing that. I don't know when they did this, but at some point, equipping became the default for book, and it bothers me. Yeah, I mean, he's just cozy. He's just hiding behind his force field. He's shy, that's all. Your dodge value. You can spot a crease in its splendor, which passed through the naked womb. It contains a very swift, astronomical motion. This book likes the word womb. For comets which have been identified, in a moment did the recognition last, before the winter, and where the sustained when several merchant skettles, where I found to sympathize with the freeman oath, and he steps upon the surf, hoping it be guided towards the ear canal of the Casperescence, ready to drop onto fours. You know, just had this funny thought. I'm worried about streaming CRPGs because there's too much reading. I've been reading for about 20 minutes. Actually, no, about 40 minutes. Because I went and got my sandwich, right? I got my sandwich. We babbled for a bit. And I've been reading since. So about 40 minutes. Right now, Bamber? Probably Wasteland 2. Your base quickness score is that or under rail. One of the two. Your base quickness score is a heavy weapon. Nay, you should desire none of these things. Said one madpole, for they're apt to wander. Why our lungs do not have planned such experiments. Staircases appear magenta, and do not and magenta. Friendly creatures appear green, and hostile creatures appear green. Wait, what? Hostile creatures appear yellow, items appear white, and bring the corpse of an eyeless crab born by Harem, whose claimed decency from Calypso. The river wife of Maxwell. Conclusions were adopted by scarcely a disease germ. Can it be no crack or break or absence of either in the water, in oath of self-stylized prophet, gifted with presence, recounted a series of richly painted landscapes. Our wind to the east and the south, and then the basic single-barrel chain-loaded rifle, powered by a fluorescent green haze. The haze is cleared by this temperature rising, so loathed as I feared. The Gerslings and plate being thus rendered colder than the absence of either. The home kiln of the canyon dweller, so long you approach the illumination, thinks the principally that the Ustance Suta carried, he gave chase to the Cathedral of Sakana. Free them, and the stars beyond them would become most of them. Inorganic, that's the word I'm looking for. I was trying to say ignorance for some reason. Inorganic, and many of them being disease-bearing and death-bearing. Really, Duvin? I'm your favorite. You have no idea how nice of a compliment that is. I mean, I would play Wasteland 2 because Wasteland 3 just came out. And I kind of want to play Wasteland 3, but I haven't played Wasteland 2. And I don't really want to go back to Wasteland 1 because Wasteland is just a bit too far back for me. Yep, Cassie, pretty much. Got Discord confirms 80% certainty the leech thing is actually relevant. Cure hint. Okay. I've already basically forgotten what it was, but thank you. I should retitle the stream to Mad Lad Reads ProcGen Text for hours. You tend to sleep to me talking? Really, MMXSC? You know, this is kind of off topic, but for a long time, I've kind of hoped that after my vision goes, rather than just being given some job by the government to go work in an office somewhere, which is generally what happens, my kind of hope is that I can read books and make audiobooks. That's kind of a hope that I have. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but eat leech, cure belly. Yes. Mm-hmm. The orc gets it indeed. All right. Near all of my days spent chipping and stacking wood, and though more distasteful, it has still shows the same humidity of Cario II, powered by what? Proved to be severed. However, the only deal directly with Truekin. They do trade with him. This is an affliction characterized by narcosis. By necrosis. The anglers forsaking their river, and mountain gods for the same time. The annals of oath begin to spread like wildfire throughout the river freeholds. The peaceable king spent the better part of the earth, retained till evening. I have kind of like this reading voice that I use for Cud. Like, I mean, this is just me normally talking, right? And then this is me reading text. Clean the dust of Alan. If assuming I can actually read the word, clean the dust from the thing. I don't even. Okay, or clinging to the arm of leaving the hands free. As the myth goes, the clans of true folk, the children of the Cachren, are descendant from the Karkian called the Angler King. The younger is less than tolerable. I can read, I just can't sometimes. I can read, I just can't pronounce. Like my brain says the right thing and my mouth just goes somewhere else. You are skilled at acrobatics. The children of the water vapor, when rising from the vault of heaven, in the scene here, the father's first approach. Her radiance is said later to protect the Uushwouun from sacrifice, along with the missile's trajectory. Return to Yappa quickly. Accordingly, note that life proceeded as much as you or I might fold a supper cloth. Ask a question, the atom retains its identity through the combinations in the process, sometimes in a quarter of albino ape. What change feels their drop of water from the ground? The tyrant's most converted imports are cherry daughters from Iris Veld, a ghost sap from the sun, having a wooden box about the foot on one backs of Dromid merchants. Once the disease in this matter, however, there is tense this whole space, while the red rays pass on unarrested. Day after day, it has filled its belly with the ribbon of the stars of the depths of Cud. In ordinary atmosphere, there can be written in a drop of water itself. Or the guy can really sell as a young lady or an old crone. Yeah, I can't do that because I'm not a voice actor. I mean, stuff like that can be done with practice, like reading like an old hag. No man nor gold can softly wield, yet for long the elements therefore be administered. The idea of continuity. I was like, how do I pronounce that with this voice? Continuity is distinguished from the continuity. It may also be for sure, having in the rain and the heat, I reopened there against my will, and only a scarce Ubernostrum tonic will cause it to tasty perfection. And how the melodies of the cove caves, the howling men igniting the rivers themselves, were ravenous, and they have my thanks. The overfollowing sequence of events occurs. Determine the trajectory with your eye. Switch the touch. We are called the Sower. What's up, Narf? The length of the book has been limited. It hasn't been 2 hours. It's been 30 minutes. Okay? I came back with my sandwich at about 1:10, and then we read another book. So it's been 30 minutes. I know that you're reading it, laughing at Bamber. I'm also laughing at Bamber. Thank you, Picture Point. See, Picture Point knows what the fuck's up. Christ. The sin of time has corroded our endowment. Send them delegates once the disease is fully nine, more hazed than those from the coast. Fuming gods see on the mountain peaks until the migrated southward into the great cave of Golothia, the north demigod of the machinery of chromium, is the complex that is tangled beard. O sovereign fathers, I tremble for your glory, the display of the eaters. Watch it have well, I mean, it's had disease clues already. Eating a live leech fix bellyache. Yes, and then there was also something about Scotland, yeah. Whether Whether with hefty carbide head, the local communities in Conticles chromatic. Anyway, the Jarl stalks a plethora of gods. You will break it. The whole mess is stitched in the infinite number. And therefore, there is something else in the hall of most of Cud's jungles. Live and drink, friend. Tonight thou the jungle loam. The clearest air has some haze, and it has the afterglow succeeding the sunset. But because of its own, they are antique stones located in certain places deep within the cavern of Golathia, where the victims most likely contracted it from the scalp to the recently raised capital of Morfshire, Uset, installed several local aristocrats to positions of power in his court. Gloria's second preys upon the Sekenath. He who exalted torch brought forth the shining engines from within the deep crevices. Its eyes are glazed with bestial isolation, and rendered him more human hand, and glows within the result of that he appeared on the paper jackets of the crescent, but suddenly the sun glowing with rusty light. Electricity has fitted leather headstrap at 100. You are the effects that increase your temperature. They would occupy space and definite form and dimensions, momentum, energy, attrition, repulsion, electricity. Obey the laws of optics. They are applicable to cap, and congeal into tuft of their beneath its chin. Here, upon the accounts given by the air, to increase the length of a distant life, lost dream takes hold. Welcome back from Lurk's Animal. I'm curious, is anybody seeing Cud for the first time and all they've seen is this text? Because there was one time when I was reading a book in Cud and somebody popped in my chat and they were like, yo, so I've been watching you for 20 minutes. Is this a reading game? I was like, I'm sorry. Also, page 13. You know, the title Hookah Sim is very apt right now, I'm not gonna lie. For anybody who's actually wondering, we are an Esper. We have Beguiling, Light Manipulation, Precognition, and Mental Mirror. We are level 6. First time. Well, this is what the game actually looks like, and that's the UI, but... I am the little bloke with the blue fuzz on the back, and then there's a chameleon following me. A giant chameleon. Whoa! Calm down there, Mr. Pyramid. Oh, and then the Arcanauts stepped on my hookah. Okay, fine, I'll smoke this one then. Alright. Why is it a scary water pipe and rest? Just because there is a giant air manipulating chrome pyramid Mechanicus convert, which is described as a mountainous pyramid of chrome that hovers about you. The volume around it appears furrowed, and somehow sound only comes through in waves. It's though the space and time themselves were crippled away before the thing's very presence. It's equipped with strange tubes and a distortion field. Woo! But luckily, it's protected from scary outsides by potential is polarized into psionic hex mesh, keyed to its arranger. Objects of sufficient mass are blocked, but small ones fired leeward can pass through. To anybody who is seeing this game for the first time, I'll just link this. Also, we are on page 13 of 61. It just keeps going. That's one of my hopes, Duvan. It's one of my hopes. Truly. Was a Clockwork Tortoise? I once found a disc, which is basically a fucking boomerang that decapitates motherfuckers. It's great. Absolutely great. Aw, Bounty Board lied to me. Bounty Board told me there was bounties, and then I clicked on them and there's none. THPS? THPS. What's THPS, Dragon Man? Where was I? Now the brilliancy of the penumbra calculus to go dark. My meaning here is stand hide of an assemble mind. Anyway, Jarl stalks a plethora of pockets. Scrap around your temples. You are skilled with a long thrusting and slashing blades, but as the gluttonous barons counted, 7 amongst their clan, so had become the number of days of the debauchery. When the Coven Code by Un Asset, that starry Patol Sal, Shal has been into prison senate. He laden all the physicists and failed to illuminate the heavens. And the temperature is above the clutches of the king. Wait, hold on. Of Shale Hint, the free seer's rule is absolute. It was called the Angular King. The younger is less tolerable. The moments above the clutches of Shale hint the height of 27,000 feet. Where the herbage is threatened to obscure the Ouroboros, the gentle constance of several millennia ago. The migrants who fooled the reading of the waterline down into the great cavern of Golgathia, into the temple erected in his honor, and cocks his head in approval. The beacon confirmed by the hypnosis. Oh well. Oh, it's you! You are skilled with crushing and bludgeoning weapons. Your acid resist score is 100! This is all procedural, yeah. So it's all of the text from the game. Hypnosis! I know how to pronounce hypnosis. But words are difficult. When you're reading word salad, your brain turns to salad after a bit, and it's hard to like. But yeah, no. It's what's the build I'm going for? I don't really look up builds. So, nah. Yeah. So the text is procedural plus a bunch of other things thrown in. It's fun. Well, welcome. Yeah, no, we're just futzing about. I don't like reading builds. I think it kind of ruins the game. Yeah, there's a YouTube talk. It's up on, where is it? That's the live playthrough. I'm actually looking for it. Yeah, one of you can post it. Oh, what guy am I trying? We're an Esper water vine merchant. Or water merchant. Esper water merchant. We have beguiling, laser eyeballs, precognition, and mental mirror. Mutant. The guy with fuzzy blue hair. Is it fuzzy blue hair, or is it like something else? Thanks, Narf. Where was I? Clank, think. Clank, got it! Clank, puff at you. To purchase a power, you know, may the ground and was succeeded by his 16-year-old son, Narcissus II, called Narcissus the Younger. You see all the rays of light. You are best sifted to producing more distinct and darker red. I kind of just skipped the like in-game control tips. Ask a question. Most characters start with Faraday's. The conceptions as exhibit, and some element to exhibit the same. We find that in the corners of your vision, liquid crystals are not subject to fluctuations. Though most distant hill can be seen in the clouds. But just think of frozen dew. We shall find visible evidence of the clans of true folk. Remained stalwart in their clay ovens. Little attention has been measured as it has been sustained, and very common and essentially serviceable recommendation is a change of weather with a band of gold. On the silt grounds, stay peaceful. He died of old age in 925, and for reasons undocumented, the accomplished weed fell into azure plasma and held his thumb firmly up as he sunk into the mud. This is an exquisitely detailed, high-relief cut from elastine mesh and refined with plastic. I sound dyslexic? Well, I'm not dyslexic. I'm legally blind, though, so I have a hard time reading long words. So, the fact that I'm able to read this alone is kind of a miracle. Big words are difficult because I have floating blind spots. So when I look directly at a word, I can see like the first two letters and the last two letters and nothing in the middle because of the way my blind spots work. So I have to really focus on them. So I'm guessing with like a third of these words. Genuinely. I'm just guessing most of the time. Now that all this great expanse of the Esper's name is recorded for posterity, in the arithmetic record, that the events of the parenthetical, wait, what? Parenthetical dates to signify their occurrence to prior publication, to hotkey your activated abilities on the fragility of our diplomatic high ground. But I soon learned the true tack. The first humanoid to successfully unite the farmsteads, while water barons conspired against them in 844. The barbarian invasions of 550. It was called the Angular King's wife. I've seen the Angular King has popped up a lot in this. She who cemented the peace between her father's fiefdoms, and the patient incapable of absorbing or dissolving anything, to resist useless energy to be consistently supplied. What Narf said. If this roll exceeds your target's armor, the target indicates that your attacks penetrate your target's AV. Your weapon will likely penetrate several times, giggity, and the Amaranthine Dream. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings. Inscrutable ramblings.
Cheese for everyone!
Oh, God. Sorry, that was just too perfect. Yet feast upon the visages of three-forked knights. Wait, what? Knight? Is the G silent three-forked genius? What the fuck is GNUS? And how do you pronounce that? It's a network of user services. Apparently. What? Meanwhile, Wikipedia takes me to the... Yeah, no, it is. It's a fucking wildebeest. Thanks, Internet. The S is what threw me up. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Where was I? Inscrutable ramblings. At 100, you are successful. Grazing on its wing. Will narrow down the nomad. Stay peaceful. Then you're not one of the piles in the winds, in the ether. My loins quiver for the shortwave detector of fruitstem pulley. For the formation of fleshy, spore-bearing gills in the ether. Its eyes opened upon supping lords. The Esper's name is recorded for prosperity. In the music of his words to notice, our kind is smarter than the average bear. Silent G? Oh. Good to know, Narf. Unlike you guys, the G in my name is not silent. My name's Greg. That would be really weird being called Egg. Sorry, but the inscrutable ramblings is just way too funny to me. His eyes opened upon the supping lords. The Esper's name, yeah, we already read that. But as his crooked finger freed his holster's strap, the boy lied. This accounts for the injunction. Was unanimous. It was now why that brilliantly of the skin. Mostly, they are administered in its pressure. Overpopulated areas where the wings from the outer air, superfluids, are too unruly. Let no fear in your heart with the heavier, choicier elements. In the scene here, the father's first approach to her radiance. I write these words in his hands. What could possibly go wrong? All right, so that was just straight up stolen from Quill 18. Breathe a deep breath of the gods and die. Must be preserved. I don't know, but I like it, Duvin. We're not even halfway through. I need more coffee. I'd be called Reg. Yeah, I'd be called like Reg. That's weird. Holy shit. Well, more Dwarf Fortress stuff was posted. I know what I'm doing tonight. So many instruments. Holy butts. Or just Re. All G's are silent G's. I'd be called Re. Oh god. Sorry, I need a break from all this reading. Your loins quiver for more DF stuff? Yeah. I love that Meph posts that stuff on Reddit, but also, like... My god. I wish he'd stop doing it while I was streaming. Oh shit! Silver Tongue beat Jail. In the early dawn of our diplomatic high ground, I soon learned the true folk as the hunter and asked, which the number of particles varies the spindle. Answer the call, discipline. If it were, it is highly probable the events of the paranatical dates signify their occurrence prior to publication, the winds of the southeastern corner of your vision. Wow, excuse me, sorry about that. Moon King Fever, a blue crown wrought from the upper air of the Dr. Atkin, counted in a small stone. So does the second part of the Eaters. The superstition of centers adds to this charm. So the constructed that, the wind from where they hang about the farmer's neck. Howbeit we are familiar. Hey, it's the title! Howbeit we are familiar with. The electromagnet would affect the space before you take. Take this key and follow the coral path. So I am in this marginalized pagan population. This is a high relief cut from the precious Crulian marble. Gotta love a late title card. Just beat the boss of Risk and Rain 2 on second run. Sweet, good for you. What difficulty? Who were you playing? Dragonman. Fucking great game that is. Fucking great game that. So blame birds and hit the first 5 rounds. After embidding, you gain a level. The higher your toughness score, the clearness of the sacred joining. The ardent fathers molded in the plasmic metal of the feeling I get when I see a small twisted race of jungle dwellers. They have, therefore, dismissed such a request. You would owe me a great debt. Our son is one of the patriarch's defiant betrayal, and the reactions of the handheld box. In the name of Shekineth, our ardent father, they are twisted creatures of every thirsty fool. Boy. As the myth goes, the great clans heard the echoes of the canyon dweller. Several free espers left freeholds to join the freemen, while many others remained in the slug's track, are like waves frozen in place. For example, looking at the creature will tell you, with the creature's name and physical description, the approximate health and the equipment worn, and your chance of successfully identifying an artifact to try to identify with small bearers of leaf donners and firefly symbiotes, respectively. Good job, Dragonman. The game's not easy, even on easy. You should do it, Animal. Creativity is good. Solids are unruly, and the upper limit of visibility will be keeping his eye on the previous day. Warmed the earth. Time has worked to erode the mechanisms that contain their cryogenic mist. You are warned. Soon the coloring melted away, and the rings of metal, a dim beam, pale green light, whose intensity is such that it likely is exported by the growing tumult, along with his sons, of the Cyclopean lathe. An ageless past, it is obvious that Hertz himself must have looked like as little sense. As it splashed on the coldest distance of space, causing a research station to collapse on itself. I may reward you. The air is very much hazed. It wasn't until Abram II like his namesake before him, roused the countrymen to set out on their chronological distance from each other. The higher the score is, the less likely to veer from its fangs to the tip. Praise Sakana among fathers whose light's path of ionized gas. Splendid appearance. Splendid. I've recorded the signal into this disk. The idea of continuity is distinguished from discontinuity. Discontinuity may be made to follow the strike, each other rebounding and vibrating, apparently attracting each other and being reasonably social creatures. Both species take offense, and mimicry are mammals, but there would be called a matter. Else the law of gravitation is stated. I sit in the cyclopean lathe in ageless past. Find sidebar view like. Press A to view your equipment. Press Q to view your skills and powers and represent the abilities you have learned in your life. Observed, however, as they evaporate intensely. They reach a slight coloring all along the floor, unknowingly guiding those spry adventurers who would rest from us. At the favorable omen, an extol of generosity of the moon, impress the tiny claws in shale floor, for you to decipher this enigma. Find Pax Clack and convince it to construct the climber. Getting caught up on chat now. Describing myth and mystery, this book is filled with lore. Some of it made up, some of it historic. One of the passages. Yeah. Doing world building right now for a novel you want to write. Doing world building in Minecraft using mechanics as part of the lore. Villagers praise the light for its protection. Interesting. And you haven't even seen any actual gameplay yet. You've literally just seen me reading a book. Picture point. Which I think is kind of amazing, actually. We're on page 20. Okay. Like, this is what the game actually looks like. You know, just wandering around. Me and my pet chameleon, who will probably die very soon. Hanging out with the boys. Like, this is the... Like, if you haven't seen it yet, this is the world map. There's a lot of different weird shit. Like, when people are referring to the spindle, that's what we're referring to. The hallowed ground upon which the spindle, a lengthless needle of Maya blue, meets the earth, from it pierces the firmament. Like, all of this shit's so cool. I've never actually been to the Deathlands. I don't even know if you can go to the Deathlands. Only the vexing hum of the signal interrupts the incandescent stillness. Here crumble the mysterious eaters, vine-swathed works spun on the cyclopean lathe. In the ageless past, the chrome steeples and parapets that rise above the clutches of the shale hint at the labyrinths beneath them. Let's just go back to our current location. Keep buffing. And go back to reading. Howbeit we. Yes, there was the Chrome Pyramid hookah experience. I mean, earlier we were running around beating up glowy fish. We killed a bunch of crocodiles, murdered a shit ton of gnolls, finished a quest, and then I found a bunch of books and got some knowledge, so I came up here to trade them, as well as a bunch of loot and stuff that I wanted to sell up here. Sold it, bought some more books, and now we're reading the books, and then I'm gonna go donate them to the library up here for experience. But I didn't really. Most of the books are like 2 to 6 pages. You don't normally find books that are 61 pages long. So I'm just, reading them. I'd be very curious about anything you'd write, Dragonman. Just checking in with chat, though. We are still enjoying me just randomly reading this word salad. Why boys and girls like to be truly reptile in part. A bullet shot into the histories in freshwater bath, which he had never seen. It's true that more people perished under its enthrallment. They did not emerge for thousands of years, and must be overcome instead. I write these words to his hounds, as they very much destroyed by Duromads. He was gonna peck, whether my eye was there or any haze or fog. That freezing vapor billows out of its quarries into believing it's so. Magenta dust. His small affinity for water vapor. Accordingly, it condenses at almost exactly the same characteristics, size, weight, and chemical activity of vibratory rate, etc. These caves were windwires of Perth. In these things, you may be gained by considering what would be devoured of higher life during the past once more. So does the second volume of my children rots for you. You see nestling, tentacles chromatic. Hit the first part of the elder. The canticles I left off, being very named mirthful and afflicted in region. Empty chest, not my day. Wait, really? You didn't play Minecraft in 2009? We did have very different gaming pasts, Picture Point. Whatever she is, she's gigantic. I feel no compulsion to bar its work. You must journey to Omanporch, far to the size of these hunters, unrivaled in their assertions, and ultimately eliminates the Esper's ability to resist poison and disease. Your heat resist is a huntsman from around these parts. In winter, and where the sustained, and when the several merchant sketties were captured by Bakata, Utarch, Volume 1, The Soundrelease, obviously and unfortunately, no primary sources are available from these distant lands. You have to head to bed? I hope you enjoyed the bedtime story, Animal. We'll see you when we see you, man. There they escaped tarnishing. Touch of time. Yuri the jeweler mumbled with a sheet of frost over the lost scriptorium to reproduce this text for posterity. The reader who finds use in those notes, indebted to him, lends control of my past, endowed me with the mold of Sotor King, the dismal night under the great silt desert, and visit the Mechanimist Cathedral and Merchant Bazaar. What a hideous thing. I dread horrors. Its presence portends. But always on your own? Interesting. Yeah, I never got into Minecraft, really. I found it boring as sin alone, kind of enjoyed it with friends, and then we all got bored and blew everything up, and we're like, well, that was cool, and I've never gone back. penniless boy beseeched a gunsmith of great power, an amaranthine prism that reflects the psyche of its body. Good, good, quite impressive, treasure hunter. If you offered 3 completely random mutations, the clearest air has its velocity continuously reduced by the very remarkable that Pax Clack, to agree the fabricate from the climber from Q-Girl's design. Decipher the first and only plant dynasty in Cud's history. Colossal skeletons in the labyrinth of diplomacy, in which oath of self-styled prophet, gifted with presence. How to do, save sloth. And recounted a series of skirmishes ensued. The might with which he ordered his servants to continuously refill. Time I came upon these mushroom huts, and their faces contort in the children's agony. Repay that debt, Lightseeker, and offer your chrome to Sakanath. Cleanse it of your mental mutations. Are offered by your willpower modifier. Even now, they near. We're on page 23 of 61 safe. Send help. I might need it. Sounds quite. You braved the vaporous depths of Cud and first imagined the order to assist the students to learn their verses of the signal, having suffered the months-long trade of the blockage. The months-long trade blockage, there we go. At the top, my wandering and buoyant mind blinded itself to the form of words and chat with old Argvine, in the hope that the Stambler of Center of Condensation, of the sacred joining, as recounted by Sakanath Father to the freeholds of the true folk, who threaten it by the electromagnetic actions, are capable of being the only effective treatment. I've discovered it is interesting to notice that Jarl creeps toward and products almost before you think of them. The gift of telepathy affords the sprightly vine a distant advantage, as a single interpretation for both nature and architects have filled you. Glatrot is an exquisitely detailed, high-relief cut with exquisite detail from rare Cerulean marble. Did it just say that plants have telepathy? Or am I smoking something? Oh, God, I hate the existence of simp memes. It's okay, though. There are no more than the other 8 clans in the pocket. At this site, one cannot see further than 30 yards, whereas the light of auroras absorbed eons ago, and so the boy armed with the light and the salt-spangled earth. We have known about the village that runs an easterly course into the shade of Brainstalk Pales. The Lacries hail from the coast of the fuming God Sea, as a matter of common knowledge today. It is a great deal about it. Okay. Trying to, like, I discounted it as... Yeah, there is a line in that big paragraph there that makes it sound like at least a plant has telepathy. Or one specific person is telepathic. Anyway, could I have little doubt? It was likely exported to Bekata. Utarch, Volume 1. The sound drills are small, transparent tube, talked to the tops of mountains during the past 2,000 years, while favorable, temperate seasons brought commercial prosperity to the Athen reaches. Temperate seasons brought commercial prosperity to... Oh, I misread that. To Athen reaches fishermen. That's what I was looking for. Narcissus would be found in that bondage of the earth. We've known about the location as sacred because it is lay along the missile's trajectory. I was but a victim of his father against the house of Insur. Quad is nearly 600. Quad? Search Cud for nearly 600 years. The greatest number was 13,000 when the sea winds blow through. The particles are quite wholesome. Yet there is a record of known afflictions and their symptoms and cures, which I have compiled from the Brinery Watervine Fronds. Old Yuri laughing. The died of old age in 925, and bestowed the glass in the tendrils of sweet sustained carafish thrash, the home kiln of heathery mountain side. There is a cubic foot of surface, no less than 30 colonies of organisms. We are counted in 1 cubic inch of the drops rapidly evaporate, some almost as soon as they touch the glass, whilst the large ones remain a few minutes. It clears up a little, so that 1/2 of the atmosphere at Falkirk is almost 4 times the number of atoms in heat. Later, though, I recognized the figure of the Freeseer's gaze was acknowledgement enough. We're almost halfway done. It's actually been an hour now. It's actually just been an hour of reading. What even is this stream? Q-Girl is actually like a living person in the world, though, somewhere. So you could actually go do the picture point, but good luck. Basically, yeah. I'm just responding to something on Discord. You're posting chicken and dumplings and food porn. Yay! I mean, in order for it to be ASMR, I'd have to do something like this. Drops rapidly evaporate, some almost as soon as they touch the glass. Whilst that one of the half of the atmosphere. I can't do that because I can't hear myself over the music. Verily, I hid to insert themselves into war. A quiet peace is settled, born by harem, who supplied her brother as heir of the Wenti, was discovered by their languorous way, and wanting for companionship. The mimic noticed several peculiar piles of muddy sticks. I've died to mimics before, fuck those things. And logs up ahead in the season. One may be made to move with less velocity. The twin banners of the Anthenreach and Doria thrashed in the universe, which has survived to hunt, is even scarier than usual. Due to the dust in the middle of that part of Scotland is extremely thin. The country over that area being chiefly mountainous. In an hour or two, the elder to examine a wide range of motion. So I'm gonna do a thing. We're on page 25 of 61. Now 26. I'm gonna do a poll on if we should keep reading. Synthetic tree adds natural touch to its hip. Little attention has been twisted by long years repairing itself. The two loaders of Ordom as he vaults through the years. So chat, there's a poll in the chat. If you want me to keep reading, click that button. If you don't want me to keep reading, click nah. Let's see where it ends up. Well, seems pretty unanimous to me. What's yummy? Oh, the chicken and dumplings? I need to see those. Ooh, those do look like dumplings. He did say they were in a crock pot. Whew. Soon the coloring sunset is produced by changing the magnetism. Were they identical in their agility to ascend to the spindle, its projected path is determined by your agility score and the night sky. Press F2 to switch key sets. The traitorous centaur slipped poison into his shorn dome, his frock as inert as a god by the dark foliage of Cud's jungles. Your intelligence score determines the potency of Chrome. To Chicaneth. Cleanse it of your mental mutations and your ability to resist poison and disease. Stay far from a thin woven fabric. It may become numbered. Their days of debauchery, when the son of Osham, who favored the river, just north of a nomad and knight in Siltstone. This means that any pygmy is still monkey, peers at you with a full eyes. Of the drops that fall on the surface are easily seen. The peaceable king spent his remaining years abstaining from sunlight. Mood. Much of this world, the new moon, was just unwavering then. I have little doubt that it was fired by the Canticle's chromatic. This huge mess of jelly is molded in the color of the Northlands. Born by Osham, the son of a humanoid, or mother of a nicety that is elsewhere. The variety is, as I do, that will be dissolved and quite disappear among more remote millions of years. The light of the clans of cave dwellers have begun to gather like this, in large quantities, abstaining from the theory. You are skilled at two-weapon fighting. Or you can chat with the passers-by. At the point of small oath gave his name to me. unexpected deviation from coast of the fuming God Sea. I'm curious. Press 1 if you've been here since the beginning of me reading. And just, like, listened throughout. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know if I would just sit around listening to a stream of me doing this. Because this is ridiculous that I'm still actually reading this. You came in at page 10. I'm sorry. Maybe half of it. Gotcha. Nomad the Knight in Siltstone means this pygmy is small. Monkey peers at you with eyes full of drops. Oh, I already read that one. Much of the world of the new moon is unwavering. Then, I have little doubt that that it was fired. The canticle's chromatic. This is a huge mess of jelly molded in the color of the Northlands. I also read that. Where was I? You can chat with the oh, okay. Any or all of these things for what was assured that the bulbous arrowhead. He was survived by his 16-year-old Narcissus II, called by Narcissus the Younger. Stithning. It was usually reserved as punishment for high crimes, as we know. Soon the coloring of sunset is produced by the eaters of the earth. Look for his hut with me. Offers me smoked mushroom and asks nothing in return. I await your return. You came for the reading in response to the help tweet? I mean, chat was like, of course you have to read the whole thing. And I was like, fuck. It was a cry for help. It's been more than an hour. The higher your... well, actually, out of curiosity, to anybody who's played this, what's the longest book you've seen? Because 72 pages is the longest one I've seen. I've never actually read one more that's more than like 8. So this is the most pages I've ever read in one sitting. My brain is starting to feel numb. The higher your toughness score, the clearness of the carafescence edifies fit or inhabitants by mortal folk. He stores every phrase he hears into his tent. There is so light of his hydrogen or iron. The gravitive action? Gravitive-ative. Gravitive? It's a new one. Some of them. They have many values. Anyway, action is proportional to the town elder in the canticles. Gravitative. I'm an idiot. It needful to reconstruct their work. To accentuate the archer's strength, mechanically flexing the limbs further inward, as the body with the tendrils, Jarl exhibits them. To insert themselves into being normally. Winds brought pure air. Indeed I am. Farmer, the angler king, shrugged off influences by the water vapor, so as to enable one to notice, the other may possess sight. The trees stood out strongly against it. Tonight, though, the host named Annals of Oath, in which you may partake, said the Madpool. For we familiar with the... For me familiar, and that was fired in the thousands that showered into the adjacent parties. Ostensibly, protecting their host, I sit near a stream of red ochre and indigo in the great salt sea. I sat on the numpad, or your northwestern and northeast keys. If you are explained, spider bite. Dropped half my wafers in mud. Dude, I could go for some gravy and taters right about now, Barons. I actually have some taters in my fridge. Don't have any gravy, though. You looked it up, really? Yeah. A thesaurus is very helpful for playing this game, I'm not gonna lie. Who doesn't like a good numpad lounge? Okay. It is the context in which Utot found himself. He chose instead to smash through the air, yet here Pitof remains imprisoned. Return the Amaranthine Prism to Warden Indrex. They were soon disabused. Make sure Shem, -1 survives the attack. Quad, high relief, with exquisite detail, and rare Corellian marble. From my first joining, the Ettenspine, all those years ago. I like that word, Ettenspine. But his crooked finger freed his holster strap. We've seen this sentence before in this book. The boy behold the spirit of vengeance, agreed. The dust particles have only to be worn on the face of the wild cat. Sheathed in the cloud, one cannot tell, yet the face, yes, it is close, weakening, inverting above. It is too hot. The awe-inspiring nature has especially riveted the attention required to be hit by physical attacks. There is so pronounced that it was fired in the air, is comparatively dry. Before the temperature is above the clutches of shale, hint the favorable omen and extol the generosity of the largest communities of disciples, of air very much higher, magnifying power were available. We should respect a little cartilinguous, but tasty. You see, years ago, a comment was thus principally that of the northern jungles. Within each man, goat, good, quite impressive, treasure hunter, whereas Utot was known henceforth as the cheeks flushed. As a dust urchin roams the winding canyon rivers east towards the Maiden Comb. Pour cold water through the translucent mist in waves, the amaranthine dream. The years have passed since we were last in contact. But thus the marked contrast with any portion of the train is brought to rest by the monstrosity, the monastery's need for fish and cragweed, I guess. She's a beauty. Our sun is one of Ibul's ice sheet, the cubic foot of air immediately above the Bunsen flame, the fabulous number of atoms. Whew. I need to catch my breath. Whew. Man, people are asking me on YouTube again when I'm going to show my forts in Armok Vision. Armok Vision is so freaking ugly. Ugh. Just make all of the forts public so people can just, like, do it themselves. It's like when? Probably never. But, you know. Man, I got 3 videos I need to edit tonight now. God damn it. Team stuff, and Reddit post. Pour cold water through... I already read that one. There are some sort of terrible amphibious fiend madpool. One day become much of this pistol. It is a 50% chance that you are trying to purchase. Do not forget your service. The air has first be strapped to the west, producing a house vault. The end, though the K4, K5 could not be applicable to the right of Mirth. Chaperoned by the Dromads, would you be so great that nothing but engineering feat exceeds our capacity? A dust particle is the right of 186,000 miles in a few minutes, alone to attach the wire The Warden Indrix will be admitted to our order. But, strange to say, there is a mess of jelly is molded in the middle. Older still, the garish entities, and he named the mirthful and raised me to honor guard. The river folk of Clan Calypso claim the decency of the jowls of this pig cheese cuboid. If salivation awaits me, then I screamed, then I promise to take about 8 minutes to reach the nearest star among its neighbors, while our fallen branch of human face sculpted from stone bluff. One dismal night under the caps of fungi. I don't know what that sentence was, but fuck, it was cool sounding. That whole paragraph was cool. I like that one a lot. That's a good one. Locate the Barathmene cave within Grit Gate from its heap appearance, cumulus. During course of an inch, all of us, shades of our lords, the Argent Fathers, having hardened plasmatic mother, molded her Inculian. Yeah, those jowls of pig cheese vibes, right? Those Argent Fathers having hardened our plasmic mother, molded her into Ecludian forms, and now assured that there is 20 million of dust particles and cooldowns of activated abilities granted by your ego, and further augments them beyond 10. Send word of your eye. Send word of send word to four of your eye. God, that's a hard sentence to read. Send word to 4 of our... Wow. Okay. Send word to 4 of our eye. Travel north to one have been revetted. He lives...
Boop.
Jack, can I get a proper round of beers for our boy Scotty? Keeping that tier 2 subscription alive. Total of 16 months. Welcome back, man. It's good to have you about. Yeah, Jesus, right? And that tweet was sent when I was on page 6. Travel north. One have been revetted. He lives with his father's kingdom. From the ice pyres, adjoining the human god sea, on the flesh and one of 3 cadavers in the second, 68 million miles an hour, but that is connected with it. For the first and only plant dynasty in Cud's history, make a considerable diminution and the color change of quirks in a bleach of tableau. How you doing today, Scotty? To be fair, I did put up a poll when we hit page, what was it, 28? Asking chat if I should keep reading or just call it. And it was a 90% vote yes. Keep reading. I started reading at 1:10 p.m. It's now 2:55. Fuck. Granted, I was eating a sandwich for the first bit of it and talking to chat a lot and getting distracted, but... What's amazing about this is this whole VOD's going to go up on YouTube at some point, right? So, in like a couple weeks, there's going to be people watching me reread this and going, what the fuck is wrong with this bloke? How's work been, Scotty? Or are you working right now, or are you just chilling? Nah? What's nah? You want to know what's hilarious, Brian? For a while there, well, maybe not hilarious, but true. For a while there, I was genuinely considering starting a second YouTube channel where I read, like, short stories that people write on the internet. Skip book read timestamp. You think I get comments on my VODs? I don't really. There's like 3 or 4 people that comment pretty consistently on the VODs, but they don't really get a lot of views. Beginning of the work week for you, sadly? No, Scotty. Well, at least you just had some days off, I hope. All right. On the other 8 clans in their nature were in the midst of the glyph cloths. He may also have influence, though it lacks their precision of cubes. The trifle is encrusted with a decorative slip. The day I used to deliver the various tonics directly to the penumbra calculus, we have to witness the gradual wasting away and delusion into thin air of large towns, as they always, the most fascinating freshness in the water, have a velocity of 19 miles a second for a real tree. This synthetic tree adds a natural touch to its hip. Your electric resist of the symphalic rifle of plasmic color of slate. Although, Narf, you might be amused to hear that I did actually get a DM from somebody on Discord relatively recently asking me to stream more Caves of Cud and put them up on YouTube because they've rewatched all my Cud VODs several times and want more. So, person, this is for you. They gotta love this one indeed, yeah. It's literally just streamer reads word salad for 2 hours. And, you know, after reading these 61 pages, because we're past halfway through now, we got to read the other, what? How many books do I have? For this one is, well, Jesus, I just equipped it. This one is 4 pages. This one is 6 pages. And then this one, which we already read, which is 8 pages. But this one's just poetry. I feel like there was a point where equip became the default for books, and it genuinely bothers me. I want read to be the default. It should default to read, not equip. Maybe it's always been that way, I don't know. All right. Well, I mean, if I select howbeit we, equip. So if I just press enter twice, it goes straight to E. So I have to hit enter R. It's just, it always does. Ever since, I want to say the last update? At Mentone, the corresponding number never exceeded 33,000. But on his second visit, he counted with the Waydroid and speak with the vast plain of the Magora Yi. And that was coming from the hands of the mimic, understood immediately. These were the Muskers' lodges, each one meticulously erected, twig by twig, if a very different idea, the namely of that entity, roosts atop the snowy combs, settled the superior caves. Unshelled reptiles seem to know of the sea-hold, and rouse the support amongst the ageless past, fill with the BACV score of one side and the sun. Sort math is wrong? Possibly. I don't know, but for books it's been defaulting to equip, which is a wee bit a bit annoying, but it's fine. I just need to force myself to not do it. formerly one of the water vapor, to form the cloud particle, and a child in the fright. Eventually, you may access your new activated ability from the heat or cold, and awe-inspiring nature has especially riveted? But I don't know. Attention of men, as a boy who surrenders his body, tenses, and his father against the changing soil. I'm sorry, what? Oh, after you read, interesting. So I guess me checking the page count would then default. Oh, interesting. Okay, fair. Because yeah, I checked the page count. I guess that would count it as reading, right? Yeah, it is a little odd. Oh, I mean, it kind of makes sense, though. I don't know why you'd want to equip a book. I really should equip this book and use it as a weapon after reading it. Then you're not the day before when it rise the fiend of the universe. Is that fired in the universe, not fiend. It was fired in the universe, are identical as such as treason. But some of the orb is covered in countless crystalline spines. Is it your interest waned? There is but her garden. One interesting fact, to be a callous god. Mutations are a special biological powers gifted to the greasy faces of their precious freshwater. There should be an achievement for reading a book this long. And then, the quenching of thirst and the canticles chromatic. Are you mad? You think I keep a tally of every element? Is so named for the elder Kant? Cross the Megora Yi, being the foremost catalog of humanoid kings and prowling tumults among his sons never died. And what little record remains. Of 100 Earths in the early dawn of days, they roamed the timeless ether with inert hearts. Under his tutelage, I rose to prominence in his court. Vortex rings for illustration, maybe others outside of Yappa. For 200 total feet of copper wire, deliver 200 feet of copper wire. Deliver 200 feet of copper wire to a I think I'm fighting bugs. It really wants me to deliver 200 feet of copper wire to Eldred's hut, where the circumference of the earth will be admitted to our world. Their motivations for leaving Perth were never well understood. It is rock hard. Accordingly, take my suffixal notion, rendered after the onset of the mechanimists, a hideous specimen of their sacred joining, when our fathers enchanted the wrought mechanisms from her naked womb. I've also seen that line many times. To inhabit 100 yards were quite invisible. What comes out is gibberish. Yes! What was your first clue? All of the important information is reward in itself. I'm starting to feel like I'm reading a weird gibberish Groundhog Day. What comes out is gibberish as often as not. But even so, he's agreeable company for my story. I've been growing out of chrome. A careful observer may witness the gradual wasting away and delusion into the air, even the most contagions. No kidding, Narkowski. How you doing, Narkowski? Hope you're well. I don't know why I said Narkowski. The church has amassed a splendid collection of volumes, but consort with fungi? You do me harm, good sir. You do me harm, good sir. His sons fought fiercely for the control of the Ordanium, The fiefdom's a heart icon. Indicates your attack penetrates your target's armor. Your target indicates your attack penetrates your target's armor. My favorite part of this book so far is the part where it just said inscrutable ramblings for half a page. Chat, investments are open if you wish to invest your ticket. But I do not, under any circumstances, wield it. If your weapon's damage value is for you, are you willing? Is it so? Only a ferocious warrior could have slain Mammon. Several of the rust wells in nearby caves test the path along which I have compiled. From the Manage Attributes menu, our lives but her dreams. Type an exclamation point tickets, soup, and it'll tell you how many you have, and then you can type an exclamation point invest, and then the number. I'm doing as well as I can be, frankly. Allured by the indifference in the mist of the day, Abram delusioned. By the end of the mountain, the atom retains its identity, though all the combinations and processes. Your quickness score is 0. Your MA is modified by your mental mutations. Otherwise, you are against the mental attacks. Much as the beast Yagarla returned to Yappa as a mold of secondary bow. The storm commenced by 60,000 dust particles to the shadowy figure. In cases of mammals accepting the mimic, the wavy will-o'-the-wisp ripples near the horizon. A haze was forming, gradually becoming denser as time wore on. Little is known about K4K5's life prior to his regal ascension. I think there's like a Robit Royal in this version of Cud. I need more coffee. I need to check something. What's the air quality here today? Because I'm shocked I'm able to read this long without losing my voice. Actually, it's cleared up quite a bit. Yesterday, our AQI was about 250. We're down to 178. The nearest sensor to me, which is, albeit a couple kilometers away from me. Downtown is also below 200. For those of you who don't know, I live in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia. And we were giving Beijing, China a run for their money the other day. Or the past. We've been giving Beijing, China run for their money air quality-wise. Whereas Oregon has the worst air quality in the world right now. It's absolutely disgusting. What actually is your AQI, where you're at? Here, I'll show you the website. I'll give you a link to the website that I've been looking at. If you haven't seen it, it's just this. It'll tell you the air quality of where you're at based on your location. Because, yeah, we've gotten better. We were about 100 points higher on this scale yesterday. We've dropped a bunch. The river of time powers and belt pulleys that convey the waste through the loam. Once entrenched there, the parasite feeds on the far side of its utility. The water in which you may with us partake. Once said one knew. But take heed, for yours are idle lives, and you do not change based on the far side of Magora Yi, the Great Salt Desert, through the sky overhead. The gradual change can be ascertained. She'll hand over the stage and the warden himself. No one knows the circumstances of Indrix's estrangement. From his cheeks and brow there is endless combinations of these things, said one knew. But take... I lost my spot there. Where was I? Said one knew, but take heed, for ours are idle lives. And you notice every so often he sets up shop in the formation of fogs, or mists, or rain. Good, good. Quite impressive, treasure hunter. Hear the sermon too. As you examine them, he scrutinizes you, wearing an expression that bears qualities of combinations of these drops, the attention of man. The campaign back toward Perth. Make the superficial survives the attack. Yes, but not if you're idling or reading, Keyweener. Also, I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Cheers. No, that's not bad at all. Yeah, no, normally we have like some of the cleanest air in the world. So like where I'm at, it's like normally some of the cleanest air just in the world. But right now it's like it's disturbingly bad with the forest fires. Absolutely disturbingly bad. Sorry, I'm just kind of like catching my breath here. Just kind of catching my breath. I've actually died before of thirst. Never actually like in-game though. I've only died of thirst in the overworld. I've never died of hunger. But you can. It's very easy to fix hunger though. Like you can just cook a meal anywhere. Even if you don't have ingredients, your character can like scrounge for ingredients and just get ingredients. Just retying my hair. So it's never really a problem. If you are to be explained, indeed I am. Press F2 to switch key sets. I intended to ascend tree trunks. Those maniacal fools worship the garish entities, its bark collected into tiny interlocked metal links. Superfluids are too excited. You are skilled at convincing others. First speak with Otho. I fear something nefarious is Astir. When in winter, the windows are not often cleaned. A dump deposit may be of a monumental statue that still stands today. In the cold distance of space, they discovered a beauty and chrome. Incarnate, the Casference, your dodge value is a common hunting gun in the forms of clothing and other causes. Do go inside, though. Once the spines are chipped away, the inner flesh is moist and delicious. Those who have studied the campground from a thin woven fabric, the current abbot, and concoction to the weather, the prophet, wet and gloomy weather. It was the most distant star, would not match her... I'm starting to have trouble reading again. It is so named the melodies of comb caves, whistle when the coven to abandon them. The first is a lock of raven. A lock of raven hair? Bound by twine. From here I must ask you to be humble and proud, to bear witness to their chronological distance from the event of paramount historical significance, namely the publication of those boots to mimic the Gant's mancamal stinks of spice and glowright. No doubt there are cracks of formation of clouds generally takes place. It is exquisitely detailed, high relief cut with exquisite detail. From rare correlation of marble. There is no simple price. I can feel the moistness of the northern scoundrels from the populous town. I think I might be one of the luckiest streamers in the world. There are still 67 people watching me read this book. We've only lost 10 people in 2 hours of me reading. I need more coffee. I'm out of coffee. That's incredible. That being said, I am currently of the opinion that 60 of you have up and left and gone and got lunch. But frankly, you know. Just leave the stream up and lurk, Duvin? But you had a stroke? No, the book had a stroke. I swear to God, I'm looking for information, okay? For those of you who are newer to CUD, because I know some of you are, every now and again there are hints in these books. Like you'll be reading a book and it'll just be total word salad like I've been reading. And then randomly there will be a whole paragraph that makes perfect sense and tells you exactly how to find an item. Or like be a big ol' interesting chunk of lore or something. Soupnaz obviously likes the word salad books because Soupnaz has subscribed with Twitch Prime. Cheers, friend. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarfs and shit. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers. Can I get a big round of beers in chat? For Naz. Also, enjoy the ad-free viewing, because Twitch is supposedly inserting random ads into streams now without my permission, which is fucking stupid. Sorry. Please ad block my stream. Goddamn tired of this. Clack puff on you, clack build jalopy. His sons fought fiercely for control of my sign under oath. After knowing this, we are ravenous. We are ravenous fiends and oft to succumb to fits of madness. At once become a voracious warrior, squatting in the home kiln of a great saltback. Lastly, the most graciously, he incurred his disfavor of the eaters, the beacon confronted by hypnosis. Yeah, the book, this is randomly generated text. Well, proc-gen text. In the case of an assembled mind, at first I attributed his mood to the eye, with the greasy to the cave's simple geometry. Although the... Yes, Brian. Although the gold books are handwritten. So there are books with white titles and books with gold titles. This one, we're on page 39. This one, which is the one we were reading, Howbeit We, is a white title. I have 3 other white title books. This one, The Canticles Chromatic Verses. This one is handwritten poetry. Thanks, Narf. We're actually getting close to the end. if the earth and colored objects to glow with a simple filter that provides a protection against the dangerous gas and vapor. As the result, he was rebuffed and driven back towards the oath was grim. But I must ask to you. The fire multiple missiles with certain powers without having the associated skills. If your ego modifier and cloud began in autumn, after sunset, the water-covered dust particles become frozen and the red pillar extended, curved over and formed hoarfrost in a very large quantities. For the first medium-sized or larger object being the ice-capped ashlays. What are the risks of cybernetics? What are you? Some sort of rule of thumb truths? But scientifically, they were mathematically unlike the Earth until the pall of the evening was cast, and then the spring and loosened the seeds at high speeds. All while the news, if he could be sure to vanquish the seven lords, and in fact Cud's subterranean hermits are known to man. However, by the bore, the wide range of temperature are permanent. They soon dissolved and disappear perpetually. Support for the melodies in the comb caves. Howling men igniting the rivers, and the red had sameness about it. The plant king was so delighted with the juice of star apples. There is a distance relatively greater than the absence of either northeastern jungles near the horizon. The plant king was so delighted with the juice of star apples. Wait, are you telling me if I find this so-called plant town that this game is telling me exists in this book, and I bring them the juice of star apples, the plant king will be happy with me? Huh. Also, good win, by the way, Silver Tongue. Congrats. Even the lustrous chrome face of the Canticle's chromatic, with reverberant gusto, gesturing empathetically with his brazen pose. Obviously, and unfortunately, no primary sources are available from these distant lands. The conclusions were adopted scarcely. A physicist in the home kiln of the Abulian Praetorian. Even if ether fills space completely, and unlike gases and liquids and solids, is incapable of absorbing or dissolving anything. Pour cold water over the prism of a canyon dweller. That also seemed like a hint. Its lore so deep and thick, it's practically... I don't know. I was gonna say like liquid metal. Pour cold water through the prism of a canyon dweller. Huh. You may activate this item to conjure chromium inside me. What? No, please. I need an adult. To bear these sacred appraisers, I live to serve as a hero Repay that debt, light seeker. Offer your chrome guilt, one of the most noble order of the year, and other causes. Return to Amaranthine Prism. The Amaranthine Prism to Wardham Indrex. I mean, the solids were too wavy. Solid surfaces are too wavy. Take this as a whole, and if I am at your target, match this sphere is a high relief cut from the air outside of the desert. Tribes who have studied the campground from Hill Rock. The other with that Mangot. You listen to my discarded vest, but stopped. So long as that vast amount of attention to such a request, you would owe me a knick-knack from one of the Mediterranean. What a change, wrought often very marked, in going from place to another place, wrought in. Frosted glass facets that seethe almost impractically. I can read that word. I just need to read that word. In the ageless past, fill with 1,000 miles in a tongue of his forehead. Accordingly, that ether with the man-goat. You listened to him before it perished. However, it named its pupil Mahmet of the clean glass. And the comb caves scriptum, and I recall it so vividly, and that it fills the space of every direction from the clan Sotur, and helped the Perith of 2011? That's not the word I was looking for. 211. This depends upon the completion of the curtain proofs space. We know 3 cadavers in straight line with the desired ocular module, or sons and daughters as they scuffle past. Yet here Pateau remains imprisoned. Perhaps she is still wet. Gradually the eastern glow rose and reddened all the clouds and the beauteous robes of heaven. Howbeit we, they did the title again, howbeit we are apt to wonder why our lungs do not touch. What? Also, hey, Tassel. Yes, I know, to avoid this place. Do you know why men follow Indrud? This is a curved barb stick with venom. This is a mass of flesh across the northeastern sky. The Angler King died in the year 3 and was succeeded by his 16-year-old Narcissus II, called Narcissus the Younger. I'm getting little bits of knowledge. The only time I've seen somebody touch a lung is in Hannibal, and he ate it afterwards. So, we intended to construct the first Dromad caravan to arrive after the fall. Wait, hold on, no. There's our benefit. What? Theirs are the benefits. Theirs are the benefits of cybernetics. What are cybernetic implants? What are the risks of cybernetics? What are the benefits of cybernetics? How do I install a cybernetic implant? Goodbye. I remember the foreglow most vividly, which was allowed of Quad. There, the height Amos and sturdy sod of Kaia Fas, the Lord Magistrate, switch skillful arms, died earn. Him Istat. What with his guidance, clean the dust, condensed water vapor, the very existence of the Caphrescence. Into edifices fit for inhabitants by mortal folk. No idea, Hayes, to be honest with you. It is said Pateau bestowed the glass are known, and treatments for Moon King fever. Open sea air contains about 1 germ in 2 cubic feet. What? Every now and again I read a sentence where I'm like, excuse me, what did I just read? The 5 years of his reign, Westort's eccentricities were humored amidst the backdrop of famine, disease, and poisonous gas. We intended to construct the first Dromad caravan to arrive after the fall of Hail. At this site, one cannot further than 30 yards, whereas a favorable light. Ask the question, for example, looking at a nearby cave to the heart of the streamers which occasionally light up the northern jungles. Dr. Atkin has devoted a vast sea of monstrous vessels mounting its waves. Speak with Mahmet by the Dromads. Stay peaceful, and you're not of skill or power requirements of the freehold's century-long history. Often the claims to possess the sentence of its figure, the Falkirk for power, but for the most potent, when he may lay hands on you. The day I do not touch. Yes, I know thee, for a coherent 3. Clan Kirkian's a signal, a vision of ruin. At the throaty crooning of the reservoirs, set the moments of the casprescence into the edifices, fit for inhabitants by mortal folk. His eyes opened upon the letter's death trap in 18. The farmer and the most distant star. He would have otherwise glued the skin of his life in anguish over his rulership what his rulership had raked. Let your possessions be reclaimed by the jungle people of Cud. Birds on the fragility of our solar system is complete. But Yuri, how can you dice with these well-built abodes? The cloud began. The conjecture ripped to a long steel shaft. The Beetles oblige the desires of defects are mutations with primarily negative effects, a matter of common knowledge today. It is all likelihood you will not soon forget your place. Of journey fiend I write, by great woolly rocks made by their nests atop a slender bowed stalk. That almost feels like something written about Dwarf Fortress. Verily I hid them to understand what they do. Praise Bell Shield Father, whose parts the swirling gas, cloud in home Kulin of a canyon dweller. You know, all of a sudden I just got this terrible idea. I should make a video of me reading Boat Murdered. Wonder how long that would take. The treatment regimen for all the fungal infections at this rate of motion, which is cold and dry, within the goat man, you could talk with that man goat. I mean, I've read it before, so it would just be like a recording of me reading it. And that way I could then link to it whenever people would ask if I've read it. Last, 16 pages to go. I don't know what I would use for footage, though. Maybe just a black screen with a dwarf. To serve the free seer's gaze was an acknowledgement enough. This is a very inaccurate, at even moderate distances. There was a rare warmth on the verdant green field. My heart quivers and the corruptular theory and demonstrated existence of our elder selves. Caro II proved to be strapped in the height of the news of the hills. It's conscious, though it lacks their agility, to ascend tree trunks, the jungles of Yip, the breathless men, the other fire ants, and the night sky. Recover one, repair it. It would add but another, fourth, 0 to the praise of the Argent Fathers. There are led by Seconth, who occupies a portion of prominence, cubic foot of a canyon dweller. Thanks, Jack Nurick. Interact with most objects by pressing space in the in the east field loose. With the golden streaks and murk, his approach he possessed of a canyon dweller. The earth is 25,000 miles, and it has. The two clans were warred for 4 bloody days. Oh, but there are a few parts to get through. Them, and free yourself, and make ground here. So does the second forms a cloud. Gosh. $47 of 61. We still have more left than most books are long in this so far. And blessed be the flattened remains of a shapeless gray foam. What are you, some sort of cud? Are the labyrinthine complex of towering sundered bluffs that lie on the temple erected in his honor, and cocks his head in approval. You must meet any attribute or power. You are indeed Argvine's apprentice. There are cracks in the course of 6 short years. He despoiled his grandfather's kingdom. The Ochil Hills were north of his head and chin, and belief years. It is always most fascinating. Freshness and burning gases. And then the exceptionally sultry mouth. I was able to engage the battle itself. Praise Bel, shield father, whose parts the swirling gas cloud and in the penumbra calculus. Around 1800 P, they disappeared suddenly, perhaps as a single shawl swathes their face and treads for locomotion. Accordingly, note that the life proceeded much as the 10th of a stretchy black fabric that sticks your strength sore, though more distant the body glyphs cloths. On that morning, I was arrested by the wind was blowing from the sap of a dark metal vessel, be filled with gray and metal blade, and lined with hundreds of thin, spinning blue veins. The exact miniature cave-dwelling bird, no jasper bullet, no shot into emptied gorges. Liquid crystals are not more than 100,000th of an inch in diameter. The process of introducing a cherry daughter to a limited number of dust particles in the salt from where he would sling the pistol of his coat. Sewn from his frayed, the vari-colored patches and mercifully puffers seemed to swim in midair. But suddenly, the sun to the defender's armor value, an untreated patient will experience severe pain while ingesting food or drink, may agitate the last shot you fire. Here they are, brave friend, the transparency of the colossal desert freehold of Naru and the gathered men. To produce a full, deep blue in the formation of clouds generally takes place every atom of every shopkeeper that steps in front of the cyclopean lathe. The ageless past often claims to possess a sentence of its eyes. It's eerily lifelike, a common conception of its combat. The hyena tribesmen answer. Make sure superficial survives the attack. Collect the corpse of a human face sculpted from stone bluff. My recollection of the air is dry and hazy. Much dust there. 50% chance each missile attack you make. Each missile attack following the sequence of events that occurs. Determine whether or not I deserve it. However, they only deal directly with the kiln, and curse the fuming god sea. The scuffs of hair in this aegis peers out over the prism of formonum of any assemble of time, when a thick cylinder of weak solution of possum blue, the liquid will at once become of man. Radiance Y towers over the space, while opposite side can be found to hold a vast variety of cloud shapes. In time, the annals of ignored oaths mandates now. Let me explain. On that morning, I was able to stock up basic provisions and weapons and armor and ammunition. They studied the campground from a priest. Today, I recount the story of our universe, the Argent Fathers in Corellian Silt House. Of Seconth himself. The gunpowder has great condensing power. There is no paltry charge. Way older than the distance apart from the journey of the free seer, and a variety of cloud shapes for all his work, formed in the conclusions that they gathered. All the carcasses shared in a commonality of their orientation. She shines in the colder Northlands. Yeah, we're almost there, Narf. 11 pages to go. Two and a half hours ago, I started this book. To be fair, I was reading really slowly initially. I've kind of sped up the last few pages. If you haven't noticed, I'm kind of just like, all right, let's get to the end of this shit. Although it was likely exported by the end of the freezing water with steam, it doesn't the blood in the large ocular lens. Frivolous lives being 4 months catalog, and the strange civilizations beyond the Pathogen? I don't know. Pathogen, that's the word I was looking for. The muscles bulging in grotesque asymmetry, both gashed and scald. Teeth filled into fangs, quivering pupils dilated in the host's body, including the loss of weight, the yellowing and greening of skin pigment, and 12 of the beetle moon. I introduced me to understanding of notions like undecidability, pointed regularism, and acebelism, and the motion of the dark foliage of Cud's vastest dark caverns. They climbed over the snowy combs and settled in the superior half of man. Rhotus Y towers over the infected skin, where the algid mist clings. You got lunch and came back. By the time you get back, Narf, I should be done. Welcome back, Tulkas. There are two distant ways in which Utat had found himself. He leaves me to be the chronicle in my past. After knowing this, we are apt to wonder why our lungs do not like the latter, not being in motion, and the wind would blow. With 10 times more haze than the other centers piped their songs, weaken the elder's ire, and return to Grit Gate. Speak with Otho once the surface matter of the Kalman knowledge in the day-to-day. It is with the smell no longer than the sustained chem cell. At 6 p.m., folks got to know the strap of the intestine. Oh, praise the Carafes, which watches over mine. You skilled at welding shields, search Cud for another artifact. Unfortunately, the troublesome merchant from the coast of the fuming god sea, on the dust particles of the king's hall. The parts of the tripod ancient in the Axictal's defense. The Plysagos probably should have stowed its shears before it was fired in the neighborhood. The Mediterranean. The colonization takes 2 to 3 days to complete, during which time the patient is incapable of speech. Judging by the evidence gathered by the stony nook, and trekked in the logical conclusions, applying them to insert themselves into being. It is true that more people perished under enthrallment, and they serve those same roles in oath. There are endless combinations of being disease-bearing and death-bearing, that freezing vapor billows of exhaustion, most potent when he notices you. Judging by the aspect, the relative wonder, a soldier of fortune I see. I'm pretty sure that previous paragraph there It takes 2 to 3 days. The colonization takes 2 to 3 days to complete, during which time the patient is incapable of speech. Pretty sure that's something from in-game. Dr. Acton devoted the mass majority of prosthetic arms. If they either the mother of nicety, that is long in all my life. In fact, my heart quivers. In esquit sota, the observations of intricate moisture and deposed on it. The smith whose universe identical with the major bastion of the elder. This floated visor, fused with tungsten and filament, called the clay man to the binding downwards of the desert night. This the sun, or as the son of the jungle dwellers, salute wears me likely. Comes to this and still unknown. Law's electric snail armors and head for this chrome-tinted leather. A Bible of the beasts. And the habitants stole away from the horned figure, holding into a stubby booster injector. Ready to drop onto fours. The sundrels obviously and unfortunately no primary sources are available from these iron black gauntlets. Strap around your temples. And advancements made by the dark foliage of Cud's denizens understand them. Light would be interspaces and unaccompanied spaces, which would be so great that nothing but the might which he had taken and retreat to the process of decay and clouds, take this place in various ways to exhibit the characteristic phenomena which he had been asserted, and properties of dark energies and gauche entities. He has chiseled from some ancient assemblage of the clan Lecrae's sigil. It is conical, the copper cap, and from which the exclaimed low temperature sound rushing from the water below. Powers often grant you activated abilities. The third memory is tainted, hide of albino ape. Let the coldest distance of space be discovered by the beauty in chrome incarnate, the Casphorus connoisseur of liquids. The ideal was the soon abandoned day to day. There is peace beneath the ancient cryobarios of Coven. But Faraday, who put a stop to the devices of the great curling, the horns sply from the scalp. Observing these drops, we might bear witness to the chrome's glory. You will be revealed to you. Otherwise you will be revealed to you in due time. You see, nestling in the cathedral of the mechanimists are yours to keep. Splendid apprentice, splendid. I've recorded the signal for several years. Dr. Atkin has counted in the fog. The boy seemed to suffer many retardation, for the orbits have not seemed to ignore him. As a matter of convention, I date all events according to their homes. Steep went brain and lightless comb caves, where the earth at the recitation of the chromatic liturges, it strikes me as much erstwhile. The tribal ancestors named it Awakens. It was taking his walked on the paper jackets of either, not infinite distance. Blindfolded over her eyes, pieces of armor made the thermometer in either bracket to walk downstairs and to rest upon its torso. There is only blood and justice. The northeast quadrant of Glassglow, and the other hand, scores of one. The number of dust particles in the waking dawn of our solar system, in the tangled beard, whereas Utut was known as the fame of tenuous muscles, rotting putrid, black blood, westerwort, avisterd. The history would judge him kindly, and it is one of the most pointed. Cloaca, with extraordinary dexterity, inscrutable rambles, yet feast upon the letter's death in 18. The real old, way older than I am, nestling. Inscrutable Randalls. How you holding up there, chat? There's tents in the whole of space in the opposite side of the world. No crack or break or absence of light. Therefore, that I was able to engage the battle and have balanced his irises and cybernetics, learning Nook. Now go fetch me another trinket, mumbling. Open doors and talk to people and pick up items, all by pressing 7 and 9 on the numpad. Keys if you are flaming. Take half the damage from poison. If you're flaming, you take half damage from poison? Wait, hold on. Are you telling me if I set myself on fire, I take half damage from poison? What? What? I have several questions. Several. Fire beats poison? I guess. Chat. 6 pages left. Narrow down the pure upper air to the fortifications of the Maiden Comb. Under the tutelage I rose to prominence in the underground workshops. Powers often grant activated abilities. The Clan Rowan Sigil, to another deficient heir. What are the benefits of cybernetics? How do I install a cybernetic implant? Goodbye. The leg bones of a glass micrometer divided into squares of the deceased king crab. You can go to sleep soon. Are you saying you're staying up until I'm done? Maybe. It's possible. I mean, I'd buy it, Quatch. I'm so sorry, Hayes. I guess I should read faster then, eh? We draw the distinction between natural mimicry, where certain humanoids have developed means to do the sum. Say it may come into contact with the interference, with the disease among more convinced of this spider, is lifted with the perception of dexterity, born by Osham, son of Osham. To attract the attention requires the propel to attract attention requires to propel it fast. A large ocular lens and get the blueprints from the fallen branch of the man camel stinks of sulfur. The glass is too feeble. They study the penumbra calculus with certain theorems are provable, but falsified upon the scaly flesh of beasts by starlight. But I know I cannot myself, lucky to call him Warden, a connoisseur of liquids. She continues, and first, speak with Steward Otho, here, too, in the wisdom I sought with masked brothers. If then in half the time, 500 millions of miles in a second, 68,000 miles an hour, and then the testimony is the velocity of light connects the endpoints of waves produced by the reflection or, rather, rendition of the coast of the fuming God's Sea. The continent as well as the theoretical reason for believing the victim of the presence of the stinking robe. The flesh smears over the artifice of language that ever fills the space in every direction away from danger. There upon the ether. Yeet. I started reading this at 1:10. It's 4 p.m. That's how thing. My face is starting to drip. Anyway, how's Hobo? The canyon walls are dotted with innumerable cave mouths. The canyon walls are dotted with innumerable cave mouths, giving the impression that he appeared on the far side of the Magori Yi. It was fired in atmosphere, and the letter upon the visages of 3 dimensions and 1,000 others. Not by day, Argvine mumbles to himself for several years. The blue-butted water barons commissioned the assembly of dozens of tiny claws and shale and limestone before taking the assembly of dozens of tiny claws of shale and limestones before bloated respite and moiling pools of dross and detritus, so that he appeared on the far side of the Magori Yi and had any predecessors before him for 1,000 years. To hit roll is 1d20 plus your agility modifier, plus any bonuses you receive from your weapon will likely penetrate several times. Work meeting? It's a little late for a work meeting, eh? However, they only deal directly truekin. They only deal directly with truekin. They do trade with the vividly brilliant red colors in all quarters, unseen during the warmer earth rose from its surface, and was succeeded by his side as he treated with juice of star apples. As he treated with the juice of star apples. Interesting. The Poyos Rowan broke away from the clan Sator on account of the goat folk, the skeleton branches of a circuitry mind. Tresses of auburn, hair stretched from the cavern recesses. This cooling made dust particles are all sorts of implements of battle, from shoulder-mounted cannons to needle-pointed vibroblades. They escaped the reach of the consequences. You should return to the momentary tick by regulating its advance with a strap of intestine. The name Tyrants itself owes its origins to be ironic. An ironic interpretation of the shot remains unchanged. I will not be. Characters with multiple limbs make 15 or 20 small rings by snapping the cheek with the letters HH, inscribed in tiny script, to attack something else, such as we are familiar with that elsewhere. The variety is great. We need to guard the approach to groundskeeping. I saw him from a distance. His eyes and sweat glistens on the scruffs of hair on his belt. Instead, I write these words at his fortune reached for his hip. From where they hang about, the sun and the afterglow succeeding the sunset. But because of its loss, in fact, health as the nucleus that the shoal of eels swimming about. Maxwell's conclusions were adopted by scarcely diseased germ, although isn't always done without proving fatal for man. To be in a single combat beast hunter who called himself Danisgold. Investments are open. In the place of this record, draws upon the floor. Nonetheless, Pateau consent is a testament to the side as we studied the campground from a dense scale of sharply edged bark plates. From here, I must first purchase the foul wine, so the cold was that on the occasion. Its eyes opened with the earth of this spring, the darkling trinket. Every weapon has a long, slender chrome barrel. Without the exception, however, all creatures exhibit kinship towards humanoids who look like marked stone. Your base acid resist and the conical copper cap, from which the hottest may, for 72 years, during this time, been pouring its rays, filled to penetrate your opponent's armor. Almost done. And now you are insulated from physical attacks, the kind Nintu shares. His hut to the north. May all the boorish kings might. However, the chiseled from some jackets and the river sky, but no fire warms my bones. You see, all the evidence have shown that the measurement of how acid damage you oblate, how insulated you are to be secured from your hands. The pious Rowan broke away from Clan Scour, helped Pereth into 11. However, the heir did the domain of the day before it springs to life. The other fire ants on those Stopsvelen is to have grown into grotesque muscular bundles built around passing animals, into the soil-enriching fertilizer of the magnifying power available. We should respect a little creepy. We should respect a little creepy, chat. Just remember, respect a little creepy. My master Dunaskold taught me the mean distance of the period of anarchy, was particularly drawn to this. At my mains, the Strathmore in January 1893 were soon disbanded, and your base movement speed is 100. Upon hearing the news of the spectrum, while the red pillar extended, curved over the former hoarfrost in the sultry weather. Clean the dust from the gunpowder, the smoke to lose mobility gel, from the disabulated amoeba slime. The marvelous accuracy of counting the number counted on the writer morning to cheer half-disparaging soul, tired with the random detritus of cud. Soaking wet, empty chest. The astronomers tell us, while the mother nature may bestow the splendid gifts upon her children, she is indeed some wretched goddess from beyond the great salt desert. Though more potent effects in true kin, the home kiln of a god, tonics produce more potent elixirs of the cross knight of the voyage, arm leaving the hands free. Birds ruin festivals. Sorry, I need to screenshot that line. Birds ruin festivals and lift sieges. Yep, you are keeping 24242. That's a good number, though, Hobo. It's a good number. Birds ruin festivals and lift sieges. I lift off at being named mirthful in the rarest finds, often come from the northwest quadrant, and the winds from the coast of the fuming god's sea. The prairie grass he's always looking for, some poor fool, to help his brother in 623. When no aid came, the King Rhodes chose to take any number of forms to fool its prey, though no one knows the circumstances of Indrex's estrangement. From his cave one morning, he beat his fists against the changing soil. Chat, we've made it. This is the final page. Hype? You are skilled with axes, so unfortunate. What happened to the Scref? What with the vast plain of the Magori Yi that originates from the fertile lands untouched by the Dromads? For you conjure chromium inside me to bear witness to Chrome's glory. Possessed of the workshop, there is tense. The whole world's atmosphere, eyes opened upon the Byrods of Cud, as a god by the light of auroras absorbed eons ago. Lost crab eggs? Bizarre, scuttling noise. Determine if multiple attacks are made. She neared me, enveloping back into the lake anyway. I intended to ascend a tree trunks. No consensus was reached among them and graze of their kin. With help of Flavian's successor, of Moin Mosen, who succeeded Flavian learned upon the ether. Curious, I come now to Cud, and the patient begins to swell. The haze is unusual, and in very large quantities, he observed. However, they evaporate instantly when they reach the slight increase in temperature. Under his tutelage, I rose to prominence in his head. Their freehold consists of a canyon dweller. So, chat, there will be a test. It's not multiple choice, so make sure that you study. And I hope that you listen to that very closely, because it'll be available on the weekend, and I expect all of your written write-ups to be in by Monday. Class dismissed. I need a fucking glass of water. By that I mean I need to reach down and grab my water. I can't believe y'all are still fucking here. I mean, we're down to 53 viewers. We were at 80 when we started. Granted, I know for a fact I lost an auto host, but... Is it, though? Teach, I missed the class. Can I get an extension? No. You get to reread the whole book I just fucking read. Although the VOD's available, so you can go watch it. Yeah, right? Although I am tweeting out this thing saying, I did it! Page 95. Okay, what's the question? You have a good night's sleep, Hayes. Thanks for hanging out for that whole fucking thing. All right. Now we got this one to read. No, I'm kidding. But I do need a puff on the Zuka. Don't forget, we were reading that next to this bloke, which is a mountainous pyramid of chrome, hovers about you. The volume around it appears to be furrowed somehow, and the sound only comes through in waves. Though its space and time themselves were crumpled away before the thing's very presence. I mean, I'll give you a C for showing up, Hobo. I should read a medical book? Yeah, but medical books, I'm sure, would actually make, like, a degree of sense. And not just be word salad. You know? Also, what do these blokes have to trade? Nothing really. Oh, this guy actually. Interesting. This bloke has the same book that I already have. Huh. Yeah, this is actually a video game stream. Remember that. What do I still have in my inventory? I can't fucking remember. Star Apple Gems, the merchant token. Right, yeah, no, I need to trade some stuff for fresh water. I was thinking about getting it, Hobo, and then I realized in the trailer it says that it's a roguelike. And so I'm slightly less inclined. But it's fucking real time. I don't think I would stream it though. So I would like to play it. Are you injured? Why are you blinking? Oh, it's me because he's prone. I think I traded with you earlier. So you know how I read that whole book? The preacher says, "'Twas not always so. Nay, the waking dawn of the days, they roamed underneath the inert hearts." Why do all of the priests have bullets? Always wondered that. Statue of Nisroch. Nisroch the Star Mason is depicted here straddling the earth with his mighty legs. Giggity? He dons his favorite sash, whose folds are exquisitely worked in gold. There's a statue of Bel. He wears tremendous weight in polished marble, and he welds his epithetical aegis, stored for obstructing a swirling glass cloud in the starry dawn. A statue of Dagon, the orator of the Domineers in the West Ape, with his brazen pose and golden coronet shines. Splendidly the fires shine. Yeah, I mean, the book told us that poison is half as effective if you're on fire. I'm not certain that's truth, but you'll let me know tomorrow how it is? Gotcha. I mean, like, if it's really good, I'll consider it, but, like, I don't know. Fire actually doesn't do that much damage to you, though. Tapioca. Hologram of Sickeneth. Ardent Adonis, the first father, poses in luminous mummery. The structure of the ageless stars fixed and permanent. He appraises the temple erected in his honor and cocks his head in approval, benefiting the memory of his union with the Caraphas. His clothes, his manifestation in the cerulean shades, forsaking the viridians and russets of the lowly plains and clay earth. Oh, you meant in real life? Well, I didn't. So yeah, to be clear, when you're normally playing Caves of Qud, you don't need to read those books at all. There is not much benefit of reading those, but Resef, who called the above lifts an enigmatic figure to heal the wounds of the sick. Statue of Carthax. Carthax the athlete is depicted here in a mid-stride. His glistening silver hair is tied behind his head in astral tradition as he vaults through the firmament. And statue of Shikneth. Here, Shikneth has been sculpted into prominence with magnificent Carillion marble. His body is chiseled to blessed perfection. His golden diadem crowns him father among fathers. Shiva Hadgrids, the beekeeper librarian of Silt. Live and learn, wanderer. Have you come across any books or scrolls in your travels? Do you care to donate one to the cathedral library? Whenever you return, you may speak to me and read anything you've donated. Where is the library? Oh, we're in it. But in the first phase of its foundation, the church amassed a splendid collection of scripts. Through the years, the glorious Shekhinah, praise be upon him, gifted us with several caches. And Eremites work day and night, reproducing them. In Scriptorium, I have taken it upon myself to beseech travelers for the rarest finds, often come from the least likely places. We always confident of a known size. 3rd edition. Got 104 XP. Dry and Hazy Dust. 492 XP. The Canticles of Chromatic Verses. 100 XP. Howbeit We. 160 XP. And we level up. That always scares the piss out of me. And we make Melee. Volume 5. Interesting. You have beehives. What the hell is a portable beehive? The bees crawl under the black-mounted slatted rack. A few more dart around nearby. Plus 200 reputation with flowers. Honey adds up. Simple disease prevention-based effects. Cooked meals. I've never seen a portable beehive in this game before. Huh. That seems kind of like a useful thing to carry about, actually. It's only 8 pounds. And beehives are quite helpful. And then honey is also quite helpful. You could quite literally just, like, build up honey. Hey, Squiggless Among Us. How you doing? Quite expensive, though. Yeah, I don't think I can afford it. I will... Well, actually, that's not true. I have the merchant's token. You guys think I should buy the portable beehive? I could totally afford it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get some water. We now have a portable beehive. Wonder if I equipped the portable beehive. Also, wasn't that equipped? Oh, right. Do I keep the quills permanently? Shit. I forgot I ate that thing that gave me quills. I guess those do stay permanently. Yeah. Alright, well that sucks. I ate food earlier in this area that gave me quills and I forgot about it. That makes sense though. So where has he equipped it that? So it's like a backpack. That's actually really fucking cool. So I can add the honey that it produces to meals for healing properties. Might as well just clear the rest of the area. So I made a pilgrimage up here, and now I'm broke. But I guess in theory, I could slowly move the honey into containers and then sell the honey over time. As well as, you know, using it for healing. A shrine to Rustev, ghost in Carillion. The shrine depicts a significant event from the ancient Sultan Rustev. After conferring with mysterious strangers, Rustev convinced them to help him found a harborage for the purpose of receiving visitors from across the clustered cosmos. They named it Starfarer's Key. Now I can share another secret with you and get another 500 XP. Eat honey, cure disease. Squawk. So I've got 220. Go to cooking and gathering. Grab Spicer. Butchery. And harvestry. Since I have the honey, the portable beehive. Actually, I want to check something. The pasture of Ghost in Carillion. I feel like we need to go back to this place. Long ago, the rivers themselves were ravenous, and they feasted on shale and limestone before taking bloated respite. In the Great Salt Sea, now the fissure wounds have rotted into crimson and salt. We need to go back there. Just because Rustev was named after that place. Or there was information about Rustev and that place together. Oh boy. Doesn't help that I'm hungry. Alright, well, it's time to remember how to play this game. Shoot lasers at you! Bzz! Got him. But my boy is hungry. Oh. It's a mushroom farm. I could ask this bloke where the hell I am. And we're spotting all sorts of mushrooms, including a lava weep. They're kind of hot, I'm told. Great. Walked too close to a mushroom. And I've been covered in fungi spores, which means incoming mushrooms growing on my hands. Also, a pig just died to the lava weep. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't actually know that. All right, let's choose ingredients. Ah, interesting. So now I can throw bee honey into anything I cook. Fixings: a portable beehive, some star apple jam, and vine wafer sheaf. You eat the meal. +3 is to saves versus disease. Whether you drink fresh water. Whenever you drink fresh water, there's a 25% chance one of your negative status effects will be removed at random. Lost again. You eat the meal. The same, because it's the same meal. I'm gonna try and see if I can remove the honey from the portable beehive. Phil, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. 8 drams. There we go. So now it's empty. I'm rich, I think. Well, maybe not rich, but I can hopefully sell this honey for good amounts. Like babies can't have honey? Huh. I didn't know that babies couldn't have honey, but I also don't have a baby, so I have no real reason to know that. The end of Shena Sora. Seems like another farm. Star apple farm, even. It's an apple farmer. Water skin with 18 drams. You see, that's already worth 10. The honey. Hey, Coldfire. Welcome from the realms of YouTube. You missed the part where I read a book for 2 hours. At least we know where we are now. Let's pick all of this bloke's apples. I love Caves of Cud. Find Star Apple Orchard. Pick every apple in the orchard. Walk away. Sell the apples to the Star Apple farmer. Oh, it's good. It's good, Bobtron. We've done a lot of reading today. I read a book for about 2 hours in this game. Which means it's about 2 hours of reading absolute nonsense. I have a portable beehive on my back, too. I literally just regained my bearings, game. My chameleon is fighting with a salt hopper. It's basically a praying mantis. It's currently badly wounded. Albino legs thrust its turgid thorax through the air. And it's dead. Dog is fighting with a salamander. Somebody lost. Can't cook with hostiles nearby. Boo. Whoa! Okay, the red one is not my friend. The other one is beguiled to me. There's a bar! In fact, there's two of them. Bubo Kobat, the renowned honey-loving bear. Well, I wonder. I lost sight of him. Uh-oh. Maybe not the best idea. Let's turn on precog. Ah! Is that the renowned honey-loving bear? Yeah, that's just a bark biter. Yeah, I don't think I can beat these things in a fight. Could I beguile you? Nope. Yes, I would like to return to the start of my vision. We'll just walk away from those instead of fighting them. Because those are fucking dangerous and I'd rather not die. I'm enjoying this run more than that. Those bears are tough. There's just a tortoise chasing me and I'm just kind of walking around it. Sorry if I seem a little lacking in the interaction, but I'm kind of exhausted. Because when you read out loud, it uses a lot of things that you don't normally do when just holding up a normal conversation. It uses a lot of parts of your brain and like the actual strength of your speaking is different. It's hard to do. So. Whew, I'm kind of just exhausted after that. Found another farm. Pig farmer. We've already been here. What location was that? The salt marsh? That's where the legendary crocodile is. As well as the original town. Yeah, the pasture of Ghost of Corellian. This place is interesting, just because it's the same name as Rusev. Oh yeah, I got some pig meat. I'm also covered in blood for some reason. Oh, it's because I butchered a pig corpse. That would be why I'm covered in pig meat. 13 star apples turn into 65 servings of star apple jam, and some raw pig meat turn into 3 servings of boar jerky. You throw some fixings in a pot. Goat jerky, star apple jam, and some vine wafer sheaf. You eat the meal. A plus 11% max HP, and whenever you take damage, there's a 9% chance you don't thirst for 12 hours. I wish it was like that in real life. All right. I need to find that legendary bloated leech. Which is supposedly along this river. But, whoa. Oops, that was a chameleon. Don't hold down buttons. Your run will end mighty fast. I'm just going to walk away from you. He says he keeps holding down buttons. So, chat, how we all doing today? It's only Tuesday, but it feels like it's further into the week for me because I took a couple Saturdays off in a row, right? And so now I feel like I'm further into the week than I actually am. It's kind of messing with my brain a little bit. Yeah, so we followed the river the other way earlier, and then I got mighty distracted and we read a book for hours. We're going to follow the river this way. See where we end up. 'Cause I need to find the lair of Hubbing Buster, the legendary bloated leech. You're really wishing you didn't have to take off in 10 minutes? Do you have to, like, go to work? Or is it... Oh, shit. I'm in a Dromad caravan. Do you have to, like, go to work? Or is it just something that you're doing digitally? Okay, so my beehive has 2 drams of honey. Can move that over there. A lot of random shit going on right here. You had to call a department meeting. Everything okay? What Bobtron said. Let's see, what else do they have? Steel Vine Reaper, Carbide Axe. We already have a musket. How about we buy an empty water skin? And we'll sell you this. And a bunch of servings of Star Apple Jam, because we don't need all of those. Sure. Bunch of bullets and some other stuff. Well, no one died yet? Oh, but you're scaring me. I mean, that's good that no one's dead. Hopefully go back to smooth sailing. Indeed. Stay safe, man. So, you see that big green cloud down there, chat? What do you think is causing that? Somebody punched a skunk. Bad VRAM. No. It's okay though, I can laze them. Bzz. Bzz. Whoa! Fucker shot me. Oi! Yeah, Snapjaw shotgunner. Yeah, twit. Just fucking eat laser beams. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks, Hobo. Something's doing a fuck ton of damage to things. Ooh. Like the shotgun shells, the weird artifact, iron dagger, and that. Like this. You know, one of the dumber ways I've died in this game was I threw basically a fire bomb at a thing. And it evaporated all the water into this mist. And I could see it, and it looked like, and I had examined it, and it said it was steam. And I'm like, I wonder if that hurts me. And I walked into it and got insta dead. Yeah, that really does suck. Could always hop a train to the next town. Not in a family business. Ryan. A weird puzzling artifact. It's a puzzling artifact. Let's examine it. You broke it. Well, butts. It's whatever it is, it's broken. Good job, me. Whoa! Big bright colors. Yo. Mafuhufu Uguts, the fearsome Snapjaw Tot Eater, applies a skulk injecture. Mufu Hufu Uguts, the fearsome Snapjaw Tot Eater, Alpha. A novice of the sightless way. Alright, so I do have an ability that stops them from being able to obliterate my brain by looking at me. Once, I think. Twice. Mental mirror. In fact, it'll rebounce it back to them. So I'm going to use precognition. We're going to try this fight. Have you never seen Caves of Cud before? Hold fire. It's one down. If I was just fighting these guys head on, I wouldn't take this fight. But because they seem to be... But because they are... fighting the Snapjaws, I'm totally down to fight. How injured is my friend? Fine, he's just bloody. You haven't? All right, well, this is a massive open world RPG. It's been in development for a very long time. It's in continual development. It's pretty cheap. It's like, I think, 15 bucks on Steam, itch.io, and Good Old Games. But it's got a lot of similarities in Dwarf Fortress, as it's very much a labor of love that's just been around and perpetually developed for a very, very, very long time. It's kind of like Dune, Alice in Wonderland, super uber-duper post-apocalypse with weird science fiction stuff. Speaking of weird science fiction stuff, what's up, Wogarden? I like that ambient track you posted. It has a kind of a static world that doesn't change from run to run. However, all of the layouts of all of the dungeons and all of the kind of in-between areas are all completely random, as well as locations of certain dungeons are completely random. The history gets kind of scrambled every time, so things change here and there, but it changes enough that it's very interesting still, but familiar enough that you still feel like you're kind of in a world you know, but at the same time, this game just manages to throw writing at you that makes it feel completely and totally fucking alien. Like, this is a snapjaw brute, right? It's a gnoll, but this is how they write it. Tussocks of fur, dress skins stretched over taut muscle. Upright she stands, but she looks ready to drop onto fours. Her snout snarls and her ears twitch. She barks and her hyena tribesmen answer. So, our character... you know what? We'll not return to the start of the vision. We'll stick with it. Our character is... We've been playing for today. We're level 8. 47 HP. That's our strength and Jillian Whitnett. We have Beguiling, Light Manipulation, Precognition, and Mental Mirror. And I ate some soup that gave me quills? I think. Unless they went away. I wouldn't mind if they went away, because then I can put my armor back on. Yeah, they went away. Okay, so I'm naked. Now I'm no longer naked. All right, my chameleon got it. This chameleon is beguiled and is my friend. So. I will gladly pick up this jewel-encrusted bronze dagger. I mean, I had quills. Clearly they've gone away. Hey, I can equip a leather cap. I didn't have a hat before. These are some very low-level enemies that are fighting with some pretty high-level enemies. What? Oh, because it's a bloated leech, right. Normal leeches are hostile, but that one is bloated, so... It's badly wounded. Let's keep lasing it. Got it. So that purple bloke down there is a pretty rare creature. Just fucking shot it with my rifle. Because I have this desert rifle. But I don't want to shoot my chameleons, so I'm shooting the other guys. These gnolls also get a pretty big buff. A sprint backwards when they have friends nearby. It's actually worth it to kill the weaklings. Snapchows now fucking hate me! Have I done any of the Tomb of the Eaters content? No. I've never made it that far. I haven't been super lucky on previous runs since they added all that stuff. Dune, Alice in Wonderland, it's not a DF hybrid. It's very much its own thing, but it's been around for a similar length of time. Yeah. Also, I saw it the first time. I'm just not reading chat as much because chat's been much slower today, Wogarden. So if I miss something, if it hasn't scrolled super far up, I'll see it eventually. Chat's slower when I play this game usually, so I don't read it as much. It's all good. But I saw it. And I will read it. I was just kind of in a fight. Your reputation with pariahs increases. Your reputation with the villagers of Turvuk have increased. My reputation with the villagers of Arzav increased. And I get 5 experience because he's a basic-ass enemy. Hey, you got a copper nugget. I'll take a cloth robe. And the bronze short sword. Hey, it's a goat. Well, that's that. What's my favorite faction? Dang. Cats. Because they just hate you. I hit him. Please no Sundermind. How come I suddenly can't aim for shit? One of my greatest accomplishments in this game ever is... oh, look, it's a bloody cannibal. I wasn't sure what he was, but... One of my biggest accomplishments was I managed to make cats indifferent to my existence instead of hating me. Because by default, cats hate you, but they are not violent, so they are docile, evil creatures. But I managed to kill a creature who had maimed cats, and it made cats go from -300 to +5, and it said cats are now indifferent to your existence. And I got an and I feel like I should have gotten an achievement. Ooh. Let's equip some leather boots. Counterweighted, eh? Strength bonus caps, weapon class, short blades, causes bleeding. Interesting. I'm gonna buy this Sakari Sun Veil. So from all of the mind-sundering blokes that I murdered. Also, investments are open. I had a ham and cheese sandwich with avocado on it and spent 2 hours reading a book in this game. We read a 60-page book. 61-page book, actually. Took me about 2 hours. Audio, how's things? How much weight am I carrying? 104 pounds. Most of it being those weapons. Let's increase light manipulation by a few levels, because I'm just sitting on all these mutation points, and I don't really want another mutation right now. And what did I learn from that book? Well, Chad, what did we learn from the book? Birds ruin festivals and lift sieges. You take you take half damage from poison if you're on fire. Something chrome injected. The world was born out of her naked womb. Word salad. It's a hermit. Birds brought you here. Oh God. Yeah. So there's generated books in this game, that are literally word salad. That's my friend. You're not friend. Got him. Oh, a wet beaded bracelet. And a weird artifact. Painted cloth overalls, bloody and wet. Yeah, and then we traded them all for experience. I donated them to the library, so I could go back and read them again. Buh. You know what? I'll just walk around that shit, because that looks dangerous. I don't want to fight with acid. Oh, also, I have a portable beehive on my back that is generating honey. Honey quite valuable in this game. Did I just shoot my chameleon? Sorry, buddy. You go die, I'm gonna feel bad now. I once had an axe in this game and a skill called Cleave, which lets you decapitate things, basically. And, I accidentally decapitated a friendly creature, and I felt real bad. Using my lasers removes my ability to see in the dark, because I'm generating ambient light. I don't know who's friendly here. Okay, you're friendly. You're not. I love that my chameleon is somehow still alive. No! Alright, I'm gonna try and beguile this guy. There you go. We now have a bloody, wet, hide-sheathed hermit who's currently swimming. He's equipped with a steel battle axe. He's currently injured. And he's now our friend. And he's killing his friends. I think I actually started fighting with these hermits because I accidentally started a fight with them. Come on, man. Ow. Am I still taking damage from bleeding? I'd be more concerned about getting stung. I like how good the honey tastes. It probably just tastes like honey, but it's the actual like I don't want to get stung problem, you know? Just gonna stand here and heal up slowly. This fucking leech is in the way. It's okay. My friend got it. This is a busy fucking area. Lots of gnolls. So much blood. 2 seconds, okay? I need to take a piss. I'll be back. Yeah, they're cute, especially when they're smeared on the pavement. Anyway, BRB. All right, I return. Yeah, I'll read all the stuff that my character is carrying in a second, what I'm wearing, just so that you can get a better picture of this character. But yeah, no, Cud has some kind of actually amazing imagery. Kind of amazing imagery. That's kind of the main reason I find it so compelling, is because of the weird narratives that it generates about your character. All right, let's, you know what, actually, let's just look with zero selected ingredients, see what it gives me. Rummaging in your surroundings, you find these ingredients: a sesame seed, a dash of dust, and some roastable clay. You toss them in a pot and stir, and you eat the meal. I'm sure it was delicious. I just murdered a bunch of gnolls and then cooked on their campfire. All right, so we are wearing a jewel-encrusted slate frock, okay? We are wearing, on my head, I have a leather cap. You could equip a face on your face, or a mask on your face, or other things on your face, but we have nothing on our face. It's just a face, our face. On our back, we have a portable beehive. I used to be covered in quills, but they fell out after I finished eating the meal from the weird traders in the desert. I have a beaded bracelet, a carbide longsword, and in my left hand, I am wielding a steel warhammer. On my back, I have a desert rifle with 4 lead slugs. On my feet, I'm wearing some leather boots. I feel like I've done that. I know I once severed a crocodile's face and wore it on my face. I find the idea of that mildly disturbing, actually. Like chopping off a crocodile's head and, you know. Oh, also, I am a mutant who has mind powers, and I'm a water merchant by trade. Hey, motherfuckers, you want some deals? Ooh, a quilted shawl. Take that. Got your price. Oh, boy. Cannibal! Alright, time to back off a little bit. Well, this tortoise walks towards me. Can just outwalk the tortoises. You don't even need to sprint. Oh, God. Review. I'm not trying to just kill all of... Ooh, what's this? Longsword? I'm carrying too much to move. Excellent. I can't even... Eh. There we go. Now I can move again. Yeah, you're not wrong, Elenio. Well, I can come back here. But ooh. We'll find out what that is in a moment. We're heading back to town so I can sell some of this crap. Excuse me, what the fuck is glow crust? So I have a fungal outcrop on me now. I'm growing mushrooms on me, buddy, okay? We'll look at it. I can eat it. A luminous toadstool coated in hoarfrost. You cast light in a radius of 2. For the first 5 rounds after embidding, you gain 6 points per level. Plus 20 cold resistance. This is if you eat it. The item is a tonic. Applying one tonic under effects of another may produce undesired results. Good question. I have no idea. Are stupid. And glow crust. Rime-dotted nodules. Crust over the infected skin, where algid mist clings to the fungus colony. Has terraformed the epidermis into what looks like a miniature range of ice-scaped peaks. Plus 200 reputation with fungi. The consortium of Paita hate me, and I get cold resistance and can't wear shoes. I don't know. For me, like, cannibalism is basically just a shitty video game trope that I'm fucking tired of. Especially because so many people make a huge deal out of it. They're like, oh my god, you can be cannibals. It's like, every fucking RPG made in the last 20 years lets you be a cannibal at some point if you really want to. Or rather, any RPG worth its shit made in the last 20 years will let you be a cannibal if you really, really want to. Y'all making a big deal out of it makes it weird. Stop making it weird. I'm so fucking tired of it, wave depletion. So fucking tired. Now, eating yourself, that's unique and interesting. I'm so done with talking about cannibalism in video games, thanks to Rim. Remove? You can't remove it. Okay, that's what I thought. But I can eat it. You feel a cool swelling in your organs. Your organs start to glow through your skin. Your mutant physiology reacts adversely to the tonic, and you feel awfully frigid. I'm frozen solid. I am no longer frozen solid. That's actually... Okay. That's actually really helpful. Because freezing solid can protect you for a turn or two. It's been a minute. How you been? Let's quickly run over here and eat some Isakari croc jerky. Nom. And eat whatever limbs grow out of you. That's spooky. But that would also require me playing Minecraft, and I'd rather not do such a thing. Well, I got a buttload of clothing and stuff, so... including some broken artifacts and strange tubes. I'm doing okay. The smoke is better today, which is quite nice, frankly. It was getting a bit oppressive there. So yeah, now that the smoke is like piecing out a little bit, it's been easier to deal with. Anything fun I could buy? Shade injector. There is a 25% chance per round that you phase out of spatial dimension for 1 to 3 rounds. This item is a tonic. Huh. So it gives you a lot of dodge, basically. So buy your 29 lead slugs. And we'll buy the 2 weird artifacts as well. as well as your bandages. All right. If you were to live on a remote island with nothing but a mid-low-end laptop and allowed to take 1 to 2 games with you, it's be DF or Diablo 2. I'd take NetHack. Minquim, the Dromad merchant, will have to pony up 75 drams of fresh water. Up to the trade. Agreed? The only reason I wouldn't take DF is because I'd want updates for DF, and I'm assuming I can't get updates. So I'd take NetHack. Ugh. Alright, let's examine some weird artifacts. And break them, probably. It's like if I could get Caves of Cud 1.0, I might go for that. But the same, you make some progress understanding high explosive grenade MK1. It's probably a variety of high explosive grenade MK1. You believe you would be able to recognize an ordinary one of these now. What else did we buy? Poison gas grenade. Cool. You make some strange tubes. You make some progress understanding the metal folding chair. And you think it's probably a variety of metal folding chair. And you believe you could probably be able to recognize an ordinary metal folding chair now. I would stab myself to death, Ryan. I wouldn't want to be immortal and stuck on an island alone, never to see anything else. I'd rather die. Frankly, like I would have no desire to live beyond that point. Maybe you could. I wouldn't have the mental capacity to do that. I would probably just kill myself, frankly. It doesn't matter how much free time I had like that. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. There are some things that some people are totally capable of completing, and some things I would never be able to do, and that's one of them. I don't know. I hate the if you're alone on a desert island for the rest of your life and you're only allowed to have one thing, what would it be question, because my response is always very dark. It's just I wouldn't want to live like that. I wouldn't be able to live like that. Let's pick up first aid, because staunch wounds is super helpful to have. Also heal. A gun? Yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind being blessed or cursed with immortality, as long as assisted suicide is legal. Sorry for the dark turn, but... Put the honey into that container. All right. Well, I can go back to the area where I was at and try and find that quest that I was in the process of attempting to find. Or I could just get lost. That's also an option. Only since Friday? Man, get on my level. Same. Wave depletion. Hey, Lawler. Although I cannot guarantee the amount of gameplay that will happen, as I did read a book for 2 hours today. Yay! That's what I was trying to find. We discover the lair of the legendary bloated leech. We're fighting with knoll worms. Just gonna... Cannot sprint while swimming. Boo! That's one down. All right, preserve your foods and whip up a meal. Let's get out of here. Well, I was underwater, so you can't sprint when you're swimming. What do you do to keep your body in order? I have a standing desk. When I'm not streaming, I'm standing. I do a 20-minute workout every morning when I wake up, and I go for walks. I'm fortunate enough that I live in a part of town that isn't super heavily foot trafficked. That is, you know, pretty quiet generally. So there's lots of alleys, and there's a big old public park pretty close to me that's generally empty. Although I'm usually there around sundown, if not after dark, because I don't really like being out there during the day because these massive fucking families hang out there all day. So I go there at pretty late at night. Sometimes I bring a can of beer. But, yeah, it's very much walks. It's very much long stretching. So, okay, chat, you can laugh. I do yoga in the mornings, too. So it's usually about 15 minutes of stretching and yoga. And then I do about a 20-minute workout, then I shower, make breakfast, and then I stream. Although I didn't today because I slept in. Generally, I wake up at about 7. And by about 7:40, I'm done with all my exercising and shit. And then I shower. Yeah, but I give you permission to... That emote's on point right there. So, yeah. No, that's how I keep my body in order. But, I ain't bragging because my body's fucking broken. It has been for a while. So. Yeah, for me it's about 4 to 5 days a week are stupid. Also, having a good chair helps a lot. I've located the lair of Drothrum Hingebastar, the legendary bloated leech. Drifter, you have our thanks. Our village owes you a debt. For now, please choose a reward from our stockpile as payment for your service. Honor the contemplation of the art of pinching. You have a way too large squat rack in your apartment? I wouldn't be able to get a squat rack in my apartment. Yeah, I mean, my walk has been frustrating recently because I have a knee injury, which has reared its head after going on a bunch of hikes this summer with my dad. So I can't walk as far as I used to. My walks used to be like 2 hours and would be like 8 or 9 kilometers, but they've shrunk down to around 2 with a lot of breaks. So I need to get x-rays of my knee done. I've talked to my doctor already, and I'm on a list. So, but yeah, it's just a process. I don't know. I went from being incredibly physically self-destructive a number of years ago to being really conscious about this shit. I think you call that growing up. Legendary Mutant Commander. I mean... Man, I really want the Schrodinger's page, but that Uber Nostrum would be helpful. Fuck. Take the Uber Nostrum. You've completed the lair of Drotharum Harbinger, the legendary bloated leech. The villagers are now very happy with me. Do you sit a lot, Magna? Down. Most of the day, 8+ hours. I would try. Do you sit at a desk? Like, is he a mutant? Oh yeah, sure. I can pop that screen up because I'm just kind of chatting. But there you go. We're an Esper. Because like, if you're sitting at a desk most of the day, if it's in your house, I would try and get yourself a standing conversion desk. On a broken office chair? I would try and get yourself a standing converter. They're not expensive. You can get a sit-stand conversion for a desk, for a normal sit desk, for not a huge amount of money. It's like a thing that you put on the table of your desk and you crank it and it stands up for you. That can go a long fucking way. Bump up willpower again. Exploring far too deeply. I wouldn't say I ever get confident in this game because something can always two-shot you. And if you see something you haven't seen before, fucking run! Oh, yeah, I need to get me multi-monitors. My next purchase is I want to get me a better chair. There is a chair that I want, but it's only available in the States. It makes me kind of upset. They don't ship it to Canada. They'll ship their other chairs to Canada, but... So space is the problem? I mean, I live in a studio apartment. You know, I'm one of those people who swears by resistance bands. So if you have the opportunity or a little bit of spare change, a set of resistance bands on Amazon and a back roller is, like, not super expensive. And they fit in a drawer. Like, I keep my resistance bands in my sock drawer with my socks. The last run that I did, Lawler, died to me walking off of a map out of a town that I was in and encountering, like, this fucking Puma. A Puma variant that I'd never seen before that... I see the electrical ones occasionally, and they're pretty easy to kill, but it was this variant that I've never seen before of the Puma. And it attacked my friendly unit, which was a slug snout which shoots bullets, and I got back into town, and then the slug snout tried to shoot the Puma, but instead the slug snout missed and hit one of the friendly units, thus aggroing the entire town, which killed me and the Puma. Yep. I was thrilled. JK, I was extremely fucking salty. Here, I mean, I can give you a link to the ones I have. Yeah, these are the ones I have. This might be a really big, this will be a really big link. So let's see if this link works. Eh? Yeah, that works. So like that's your, those are the ones I have. That's the exact set I have. And those work so fucking well. 35-pound kettlebell goes a long way. If you're already working out, right? Like like owning 2 dumbbells, yes, it goes a long way, but also they're harder to store, they're heavy, and they're unless you need a good door stopper, they're heavy and a pain in the ass to store. And it's really easy to hurt yourself with one of those. It's a lot harder to hurt yourself if you are not in shape at all with resistance bands. And like I use those for my stretching. I use those for yoga. I use those for like just exercising normally. No, just the thing with these guys, right, is they say that they're 40 pounds. They're not, it's not quite 40 pounds. It's below 40 pounds, but not by much. But like, you have a lot of flexibility with one of those things. You can double them up and whatnot and wrap them around things. And it comes with a whole bunch of different workouts that you can do with it. And it's, I don't know. I kind of swear by those things. I think they're great. I've been using them like pre-lockdown. My building has a gym with a full set of like up to 100-pound dumbbells starting at 5 pounds, as well as a bench press, a bench pull, a full pulley weight system, chin-up bar, all that stuff. 3 treadmills, a step climber, bunch of fancy shit. A bunch of leg press machines and other things. There was always a couple people in there, and I would go in there like 3-4 times a week. But since lockdowns happened, I obviously can't go in there because the gym's closed. So I bought myself a yoga mat and a set of those, and I don't think I'm going to go back to the gym after lockdown because fuck it. I don't need it. Let's increase precog. Mental mirror. Nah, precog. Where am I? Oh, I see where I am. Five to 10 dumbbells and try to do arm stuff at least. Yeah. I mean, you can do arm stuff with resistance bands. A year of steady daily use. Yeah, that would do it. All right, so I've got travel to Grit Gate, locate the Baranthine enclave, and speak with the Baranthians. The Baranthamites. I don't know, man. I die at Grit Gate a lot, but Grit Gate seems kind of close. It's the Rusted Archway. There's Grit Gate. I feel like I die at Grit Gate more often than it's worth. I mean, what do we have around here? Bunch of farms up in the mountains. Desert Canyon with the lava weep. It's a Tromad caravan up there, which I kind of love. Let's go back there and see if there's anything interesting down there. Yappa isn't in this town, or in this map. I do have a recoiler, though. Well, I have a data disk. And, this recoiler. The Akaipad recoiler. This was where I got the books from earlier. Wondering if I missed anything here. So yeah, it's been an alright run. Considering let's just poke around a little bit in the marshes. See if we can find anything fun. Shoot a bunch of fuckers, grind a little bit of XP. Exterminate the gnolls. I always wonder how I'm able to... I just shot the glow pad. Now all the fish are mad at me. I'll leave this area, it's not worth it. Oh. Ooh. Stuff. Taking a couple bits of damage from places. That's a little awkward. How about we do that instead? Just like annihilating these things from a distance, I almost feel bad. This is how it feels when you walk into a new area and cut and die to something off screen, except for the gnolls, because I'm just zapping them with lasers from really far away. I'll have to wait till next month. Do it. This game gets small sales, right? Because we're in September, which means next month is October, naturally, which would mean Steam sale time. With the kickback. You know what? I mean, I have 2 melee weapons. I'm not primarily rifle. I'm just using it because I have it. I've got 11 drams of honey. Let's get some XP boost. It's 25% chance to heal when I drink water, plus 11 HP. Failed energy relay, eh? Lead slugs, bandages, cracked lens. Yes, please. Copper nugget. Gimme. Black robes. Short sword. Yeah, but generally, if you're going to wait to buy a specific game that maybe isn't necessarily on sale, you should wait until there's a sale. You know? That's all. Like, you know, I've been streaming a lot of Stalker recently. And I've had a few people tell me that they are thinking of picking up Stalker. And I've told them, well, wait until the Steam sale rolls around because you'll get a better price. Much better price. Take the bandage and the copper nugget. I doubt I'm actually going to go into this area. Got him. Never went to with a friend, kind of on a WoW Shadowlands. I've never... I think we've talked about this before, but I've never understood the appeal of MMOs. I had someone the other day ask me about my opinion on games like Dual Universe. I was pretty blunt in that, well, that would require other humans. Ow. Flower hit me. You just spam 1 to 9 on your hotbar? I mean, I guess. That's not my problem with MMOs, though. My issue with MMOs is the reliance on other people. It's like, on one hand, it's fascinating that you can play a game with so many other people. But I'm frustrated by having to depend on other people to do things in most MMOs. It drives me nuts. I hate it. Literally getting attacked by plants right now. Good luck there, buddy. I guess he didn't die because he's still alive. Oh. Hey, there you are. Good for you. I just shot my friend? Sorry about that. Yeah, what Podinsky said. I love MMOs in theory, but actually playing MMOs is always the biggest goddamn chore. I play video games to enjoy playing somebody's art and experiencing somebody's art. I don't like playing video games to have to communicate with other people, and it's really frustrating to me. I love how my friendly bloke here just keeps getting pissed off. Hasn't gotten pissed off at me yet for shooting him multiple times. Did I play this Stanley Parable? Long time ago. Why do you ask? I played it back when it came out. Oh, yeah, never finished it though. Got kind of bored. Which is odd, because I really like those types of games, but it's kind of Groundhog Day nature wasn't super compelling to me. That's a lot of water. Yes, please. So now I have a water skin with 17 grams of honey. This I'm just going to go on a limb here and say that this portable beehive, fantastic fucking investment. Seriously, fantastic fucking investment. Sure, I mean, I've played really interesting interactive stories, but I guess, actually, here's my problem. I really like walking simulators. I like games that are just walk in a straight fucking line and stuff happens, basically, right? I like those games. I really like Journey. I recently played through one that I quite enjoyed called The Unfinished Swan, What Remains of Edith Finch, stuff like that, you know? Dear Esther. But I like ones that are like under 3 hours. And I think at about hour 4 of Stanley Parable, I was bored. That's funny, Brian. Is worn in my back? I mean, that's not how that is working. It's like a beehive that I'm carrying like a backpack. One of those images is slightly less disturbing than the other one. But, you know. But then again, I do have mushrooms growing on my feet. So, you know, I do have a luminescent mushroom that freezes me solid when I eat it. Oh, you mean to get to inventory? Yeah, I know. But also, it's much easier to just hit I. Edible foot fungus is best fungus. I actually, on the topic of fungus, I have fungus growing in my garden right now. There's a bunch of fucking mushrooms in my, yeah. Sorry, I just saw something kind of funny. This is why the ad changes is bothering me. I don't know. I'm not even certain he's allowed to tweet that out, but he did. Fucking proud of him. All right. So game wants me to go to Grit Gate. I don't really want to go to Grit Gate. I don't. A few tiles over here and see what we can find. Oops, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Whole bunch of gnolls, apparently. I'm just like fucking murdering fools with this rifle. It's a big old waste of bullets though, kinda. Jesus, man. Is that all of them? Yep, that's the whole map cleared. But yeah, if you wanna support a creator, $1 a month on Patreon is more than you'll ever give them in ad revenue. Fire breathes its warmth to your bones. This is also like just a random fire in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure. I think it might be a body that's burning actually, but we're cooking on it. What? Can you do me a huge favor and not be one of those people that brings up cannibalism every 15 seconds? I'd like to be friends with you, Coldfire. Aw. Chest with nothing in it. A lot of gnolls here. Like, it actually freaks me out how many gnolls spawn in areas in this game, in places in this game now. Whoa. I don't know why that randomly caught fire. Let's just take you out. Take you out. Take you out. That's a lot of smoke that fire is giving off. And move over to you. Ooh, I'll gladly examine that weird artifact. A freeze grenade. Thank you. Gladly take that. Whoa. Hold the fucking phone. What is happening up there? So those are apes. But there's a force field there for some reason. This nude brown-skinned figure alternates between kneeling and low before the shrine of the Ouroboros and skulking around it. Observantly, her body is black with the dirt of the earth, but her force is uncharacteristically clean. You notice every so often she uncorks a water skin that hangs around her neck and moistens her hands. She scrubs the grime from her cheeks and brow. The Ouroboros worshippers deem this rite more meaningful use of their precious water than even the quenching of thirst. And in presenting unsullied faces to the idol of their ape god, they hope to gain favor and protection. All right, now, there's things attacking the ape gods, but I had... We are now in a vision, my friends. And I'm going to find out what happens when you dive into a space-time vortex. Subterranean river. And there's a monkey here. Hello, monkey. Yeah, but sometimes they teleport you to really exciting places. What do you think? Why did I start sprinting back there? Probably to outrun something. I'm not entirely certain what you're referring to. The newbie question. Maybe because I hit the wrong button. Also definitely possible. Your house is an island. Oh, fucking fantastic. How do you have internet? That's impressive. I have no idea where I am. Subterranean river level 1. We're not that far underground. Do we take the portal and say fuck it? Or do we go back to the beginning of the vision? Chad, I need an answer. You don't know. Well, I mean... Wait, in your house? Or outside of your house? Okay, that's good. I don't know. I'm asking what chat's telling me. Chat's the voices in my head. And I've never seen this game. Okay, so I have a skill called precognition, right? Which starts a save. And then I can basically go about my way for roughly 20 turns. And then I can either go back to when the vision started when I triggered it, or keep going. I just jumped through an interdimensional teleporter that teleported me somewhere? Question mark? I have no idea where the fuck I am. Do I stay here, or do I go back to the beginning of the vision and pretend like I never jumped into the teleporter? Stay? Nope. It asks me if I want to find the nearest stair up because I'm underground, Lawler. Unadulterated salt for a cure, you'd have to have a peek at the wiki. I have no fucking idea. This is pretty standard CUD music. This is actually starting area CUD music. No, we're staying here. Let's find a stairway going up. This could be the end of the run, boys and girls. I like how my friend came with me. My poor beguiled, hide-sheathed hermit. There are albino apes down here. At least they're friendly. Okay. Nothing's attacked me yet, so I guess that's good. I'm auto-exploring. It's quite easy to get into. You play Dwarf Fortress, so yeah. It's not bad. It's one of those games. I have a feeling we're in the Rust Wells. There's a stairway down, but that's not what we need. We need a stairway up. It's the hardest part is learning the keybinds, but it's not hard to get into. It's one of the easiest learning curves I've had for a game like this, but I have experience with games like this. So, if you have experience with like it was a good 4 hours of like bashing my head against the key mapping menu. But it's not that bad. Also, for anybody who is here for the first time, this is kind of a Dwarf Fortress stream generally. Whoa! Wet Madpole. All right, well, back up. I don't think those things leave puddles, so we should be okay. We're in the jungle. There's a tree in my way. Actually, hold up. Let's just quickly start this fire up. God dang it. These guys aren't too strong. It's a giant centipede. But there might be a nest. Based on those sounds that are coming through the wall. Yeah, there's a nest. All right, killed the nest. There we go. See if I can wait. Oh, giant amoeba has spawned. Nothing here has been super scary, just the madpoles. They're pretty good XP, yeah. But I don't I don't know what's around, so I'm not exactly comfortable to, you know, grind up a bunch of XP right now. Because I need to get out of this tunnel. Yeah. I mean, it's not even just a matter of how strong you need to be for specific regions. It's how strong you need to be for specific enemies, right? Like, I think everybody's going to, spoilers here, die to a salt hopper and a chameleon and a pig right the fuck away, right? So this is one of those games that teaches you to, oh god, it's a X thing. Fucking run real quick. And once you kind of learn that, it gets a lot easier. Squeeze me. What the fuck are you? Huh. Bloated pulsates noxious gas. Quilt abdomen of this rilling pallid maggot. I want to kill it. It's 125 XP. Oh, not bad, actually. In other news, where the hell did my friend go? Are you fighting some dumb plants? Oh, hey, it's a robot. It's no longer a robot. Well, no, the robot fucked off. I don't like the moment when you can't see and you're in a large area. Always a little bit disconcerting. Like, all of a sudden, look at this. Oh, it's a fucking slug snout. Shit. Speaking of things that you just randomly die to because lol. And it's right in front of me. I'm gonna beguile you. Got him. Did I shoot him? If he died, it would tell me. Guns do require ammo, yeah. I've been buying a buttload of ammo. I currently have 15 slugs left. I mean, he's my pet now, so... we're now, I guess, abandoning friend that we had. Although I'm gonna need to find a new pet, because this guy's gonna friendly fire me. They always do. That's my friend. Actually... beguile you again. Welcome back, bud. Oh god, maybe that was a mistake, I don't know. Oh god, the slug snout's chasing me. I should have fucking capped the slug snout. We're now in precognition. That's bad. Would you like to return to the start of your vision? I think this might be us, chat. Okay, killed you. It's a freezing bronze dagger. I'm going to Put that in the place of you. Yep. Well, good run. The healing salve wouldn't have done anything. It wouldn't have healed me enough. I still would have died there. Because of how much damage those two were doing in combined. They would have two-shot me anyway. I think my only real chance there would have been to huck the freeze grenade in the general direction of the slug snout, pray it didn't hit me, and then beguile the creature that was next to me and then fucking book it. But then who knows what I run into around the corner. Dude, I've been streaming for 9 hours, so no, stupid. No, we're done. We're done. We are done for the day. At least with this. I don't know. I'd be down to open up Jupiter Hell and do a run or two of that, but I'm done with this. Actually, I mean, it's 5 p.m. and I'm fucking exhausted, so I'm probably just going to call it. Unless someone gives me a real good reason to keep going, I might just call it on the day. It's 6 p.m. actually. A 9-hour workday, my dude. No problem, Coldfire. All right. Not a bad run. VOD will go up on YouTube at some point. Yeah, basically it. I knew I shouldn't have jumped through the portal. Jumping through portals is always bad ideas. I'm not gonna blame chat, but you did say yes. You did say yes. All right, so today's Tuesday, which means we'll be on again tomorrow. We'll be doing dwarfs tomorrow. Long death most of the day, most likely. I gotta go work on some off-stream stuff. I got some videos I gotta edit. Friday, I will be hosting the team's after-hours session where me and a bunch of my teammates are gonna hang out and play board games. It's nothing complicated, no deceit games. We're just gonna be playing simple stuff from our childhood. We played Uno last time and it was a good deal of fun on Kiri's channel. But I'll be hosting that on Friday. That'll be 2 hours on Friday. But tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, we'll be live again. And you've never yet I have survived them for a long time, but I've never actually like made it back to where I came from a portal jump. So regardless though, that was a fun run. Even though I read books for 2 hours, so it wasn't exactly productive, but it was fun. Who's on who I could chuck a host to? Actually, you know I could chuck a host at? My dude Bamboozler, who was watching the stream earlier and currently has 2 people watching. He's playing this. So, go watch Bamboozler. Go give him a hug. Because he's playing this. Have a good night. If you want to see more Dwarf Fortress content than you reasonably ever could see over on the YouTube channel. If you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. You can do that there. $1 a month gives me more than I would get from Twitch ad revenue. Please ad block the channel. I will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. Have a good night. I'm real bad at ending and stuff. Cheers.